Where are we? What's happening? Tokyo Spliff and you? Oh my, it's a threesome. He only streams on YouTube, right? That'd be cool if he streamed on Twitch. Why does he choose YouTube? He should stream on Twitch. He would make the game dev category less shit. It's always depressing scrolling through the game dev category trying to figure out who to host. This doesn't exist. Wanted 5, got 4. When a rigid actor got a rigid static. Oh. What the fuck? Rigid? Huh? Maybe rigid actor is the name. PhysX rigid actor. Maybe a static actor is a child of this? It is, okay. But I can do that better. I have an idea. Okay. I have this crazy function I wrote. Forced inheritance. We'll use this. It should just work. All right. All right, forced inheritance. Wait, also, isn't that guy Australian or something? Why is he streaming right now? So if I'm forcing inheritance, I'm gonna force a rigid actor to be an actor. What else? So that will happen at struction pad 0. This is 16 and a pointer. Uh-oh. That's 16 and a pointer. Okay, it's the same. This is fine. He's been streaming for like 9 hours. Yeah, Australian. The posture makes my soul hurt, but it is what it is. How old is he? Do you know? So I'm gonna say, what am I editing? A rigid actor. I'm making a rigid actor an actor. No clue, to be honest. I'd guess 30. Could be plus plus. Oh, okay. PX rigid actor. So this is one thing. I'm forcing a PX rigid actor to become a PX actor. And then this is such a cool method I have. I love this. A PX rigid static is a PX rigid actor. And then a PX rigid body is a PX rigid actor. Let's go check both of these. Struction pad 0. That's not it. Struction pad 0. Okay, nice. And then a rigid dynamic is a PX rigid body. PX rigid dynamic. Let's go take a look. 16 pointer. Okay, this is fine too. Nice. This should work. Maybe I should do geometries correctly since I'm doing this correctly. This is so fucking smart. I guess I might as well do a PX articulation link also. Yeah, let's do that. PX articulation link. PX articulation link. Articulation. Okay, that is right. 16 pointer. Nice. And that is a rigid body. Okay. Yeah, I don't think I care to go down as far as PX base. I do not think I care. So let's look at PX geometry. Wait, I want the API docs. There it is. Okay, basically just everything is a PX geometry. However, this does not mention box, capsule, convex. Capsule, convex, height field, plane, sphere, triangle. So particle system geometry is not this. Wait, yes it is. Why didn't it include it in the list? What? What? It's just not listed anywhere. Is this like basically not a real thing? What the fuck? Maybe it's really new. Maybe. It is a public PX geometry. Okay, whatever. PX hair system geometry. This is a public geometry. Tetrahedron mesh geometry. Also, this is a PX. Wait, this is not the right one. This is also a geometry, and lastly, a custom geometry. Where is it? Also geometry. Okay, so this is right, actually. So then I have rigid body set up correctly, and I have geometry set up correctly. I could do shapes if I want to. But wait, there's only one kind of shape, isn't there? Yeah, this is probably all I need for now. Let's try this. I haven't actually ran the generator in quite a while. Just run. This is also a super ghetto function I wrote. Force inheritance. It literally just, I wrote it in like 10 minutes. It just iterates through the string, finds the struct name, finds this part to confirm it's a struct, goes and finds the last semicolon before the ending bracket, and then recombines the string with your new inheritance thing added on. That's what it's supposed to do. So like this, and it seems like it worked. Wow, amazing. Everyone is excited. Okay, can I continue running this? Procedure did not match any calls. Wait, but that should have fixed this. Oh, wanted a U8 given shape flags. Okay. inheritance. I think I spelled that right. I should check since this is in readme. Yeah. I have a function to force inheritance and applied it to some things. Okay. So this guy is at 225. Okay, wait, this is actually not supposed to be all. I heard this is bad to do. This was in their best practices that I read last night. Shape flags. Shape flag. Scene simulation, query, trigger, visualization. So let's not provide an all. I just want probably simulation. Do I want query? No. Simulation only. Okay. All right. PhysX default CPU dispatcher wait for work mode. It's probably an S32, and I need this myself. Should be it. Wait, S32. Hey, you Stance, how's it going? PhysX, yeah. Gave up on Bullet after about 3 days. Had its chance. Failed miserably. But PhysX findings now exist for Jai. Woo. So, this exists now. I guess this just works. Let's continue. Wait for work mode. Whoops, that's my fault. Yeah, it took quite a while to get this shit working. This was very annoying. Wanted a U32 given an other thing. Not... okay. Enable CCD. This one, I don't know if that's a problem, it'll tell me. Give an int. This shit doesn't work. I think this is a Jai bug. Or I'm misunderstanding something. I have this if t block here is U16, which this seems to me like it should work even though it's not compile time, but it doesn't. I think it's just checking that this is an integer and returning true. If I put it in compile time, it does work. I think that's a Jai bug, right? Man, I don't want to send it in. Not match any overloads. Collision group. The shape must be the problem. The shape is not a pointer. That's the problem. Wait. Yeah, the shape is not a pointer. This guy wants a geometry. Set gravity. Okay. This one is a problem. Where is this? This is more like what I need. Set the gravity scale of a material. It's only a particle material. Well, damn. None of this is right. And there is nothing else. In fact, why does all this seem duplicated? Well, whatever. So then there's rigid body, and then there's rigid actor. This is not it. And then there's something else. PX actor. There's rigid dynamic, rigid body, and rigid actor. So maybe in PX rigid dynamic. Man. I swear I've seen a gravity something before. Gravity. There's a particle gravity, scene gravity actor. That's not it. Shit. I'm sure you can do it. Although I would have expected it to be here. Grav. Are they trying to trick me by calling something grav? That's a scene. That's disabling it. Nope. Shit. ChatGPT time. Change the scale of gravity for a specific actor. You cannot directly change the scale of gravity for a specific actor. Really? Okay, well. Huh. I guess I don't have to do that. I'm pretty sure this is like a hack to get some things working. So... oh, well, I guess. Okay, what's next? Set user pointer. That is a real thing. Probably maybe want a helper method. Something like that, maybe. Okay, I'm sure this is a method. I didn't even check yet, though. User data in a controller. Yeah, there's user data. Do I literally just reference it, I wonder? I might actually just straight up reference it. That might be what they want you to do. It looks like that is what they want you to do. That still doesn't work. I haven't fixed that. I don't know why though. It's pretty straightforward code, actually. It might not have the timeout permissions, the bot. That could be it. There we go. User data is to use the user data member provided by the most important classes. The user data member is a void start pointer, which is reserved for application use. Minus 1k scammed. Actually, I can refund that. I know how now, kinda. It's one of these buttons. Refunded. I wonder if there's anything else I should refund. Time out somebody. 22 days ago. I might as well refund some timeouts that didn't work, I guess. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so user data. Yeah, it says you just access the pointer directly. So it's fine with me. This method seems kind of stupid now, but whatever. PhysX actor. Okay. Get user pointer. I don't know why that's a needed method yet. I think it was needed for my callbacks, which I don't use anymore, but oh well. CBT shape type. That's not needed. Pairflags. So this. Uh-oh. What? Oh, filter dot pair flags. Not all return paths, not all control paths return a value. So. Uh-oh. I have to see what this is doing exactly. It's using this filter as a shader. And then they call it and they return flags. So this is supposed to return filter flags. Right? Yeah, because... yeah. Okay. What is that? Suppress, kill, suppress, callback, notify. I don't know what any of this stuff means. Okay, I have an idea. There is a default. Here it is. Default simulation filter shader is a real thing, I think. And this guy returns something. It returns default, which I don't know what that is. I guess it would have to be 0. I'm gonna guess that this is 0 because it's just typed up to this thing, which is generic and has no constructor like default information. Okay. So if that's 0, we return 0. Set friction. This would require some specific type of actor, like probably a PX rigid actor. don't think you call set friction though. You get the material. I'm learning stuff. Set combined friction mode, set friction. There's two different types of friction though. How does it know which one? Anyway, PX rigid actor. There should be something to get the material. No. What other actor types are there? I guess PX actor could actually probably does have a material. That's not it. Something will return a PX material or a PX material pointer. Create material. Oh shit. Okay. Let's take a look real quick at material. This doesn't seem very useful. There has to be a way to get the material back. There's no way there's not. Oh, you probably get the shape, and then from the shape is what holds materials. Okay. PX shape. PX rigid actor extension create though. What? Sub Hazel foam hay taper. How's it going? There is definitely a way to get the shape. Oh my god, wait, you probably have to get the fucking geometry. There isn't. Could it be? No, wait, the body has a shape, not a geometry. Get type, get name, get bounds, get other stuff. None of that. Rigid actor. Get shapes. Oh man. Okay. This is what you do. This is how it works. Set the friction. So you have your rigid actor. I was correct. It's a rigid actor. And then you go and get all your shape counts. Uh-oh. Okay, this will be fine. It's just kind of annoying. Shape count is this of actor. And then gonna be streaming for a while. I'll probably be streaming another 4 hours at least. So go through all your shapes. Wait, that's not right. You don't go through all your shapes. Shape buffer. This guy doesn't really matter, right? It's a double buffer. So yeah, this takes up like no space at all. So 64 of a PX shape pointer. And we don't allocate. Nice, I just got back from getting food and getting some Wendy's pod. You're like, Wendy's? Yeah, Wendy's is pretty good. Well, Wendy's is pretty good. Some of their stuff is like really low quality. Okay. Are you actually getting one of these? I feel like you are, even though you made this stupid joke. For all those things, he deserves no respect. Get the shapes from your actor. And then, wait, maybe I have, this function has to be for an actor, and then you have to get the actor type as rigid dynamic. Yeah, otherwise cancel out. Now, from a rigid PX rigid dynamic actor. See, he doesn't deserve respect. This is when I need the timeout feature to work. So this is shape buffer data. Thanks for the follow. Maybe just for you, Soulfoam, I'll fix the timeout feature tonight. This is, the buffer size is almost definitely the count, so that would be shape buffer count. And the start index. Oh, you have a start index? Well, shit. I don't need this. What do I do? Okay, I'm not gonna do it this way. It'd be better to not have a limit. Also, I'm doing this incorrectly. Shape count -1. Go through all of the shapes, and then we will get our shape. This is a shape buffer, which is a PX shape. That can be null pointer. And then we will say this. Okay, get rid of all this other stuff. PX rigid actor, the shape buffer, the buffer size, and the start index. Foreign sys. What the fuck? That's what it's called? How'd that happen? Being timed out isn't gonna stop a good gooning session. We'll see about that. Maybe I'll make a special timeout. A Soulfoam timeout that only costs like 50 channel points. I guess it's called sys. I don't know why the fuck did it end up with the name sys? I'm very concerned about that. I don't know how this is working, if it works at all. Libnames, PhysX _sys. Is this a chai bug? I don't understand. You can't do this, right? I feel like I should trust Jai in this situation, but I don't know why I did that. Does it say anything about that? Basically, no. It just says a bunch of removing things. Oops. Well, I don't know what to do. I'm gonna leave it like this. And I'm gonna put this here that says run print. Importing PhysX using libname sys, which seems very not right. Okay. Get shapes from the actor, and this is my buffer. My buffer size is 1, and I don't remember the last bit. Start index. I. Okay. So, does it return an integer? Yeah, it does. Count. Count is not 1. Break out of this. Now I have my shape. Okay, so now from a PX shape, I should be able to get a PX material. Oh no. It's the same thing. Man. A material can have more than one shape? Like, what would that even... I mean, a shape can have more than one shared material. I don't understand how... Oh, because you can have face indices and stuff like that. Well, I don't think I want that. Assert that material count is 1. Cannot set friction on a body with more than one material because it doesn't make sense. Actually, it does make sense, to be honest. Okay. I'll do it anyways then. This code is so annoying to write, man. I could just replace this with the return count, and I'll do the same here then. Get the materials. There's not one of the shape in the user buffer. Okay, if you did not get the material, return. Return doesn't seem right anymore. It's break. Or continue. I think it is break. Okay, so now you have your material. So now, finally, this was a lot of work. So there's dynamic friction and static friction, so I need to be able to set both of those. I think I'll set them to the same value. Set dynamic friction of material buffer to some coefficient, that is dynamic friction, and static. Okay. That was so much work, man. Holy fuck. But so now, I don't even really need this code, by the way. This actually is basically not used. Assert the shape is convex. No. Don't do that. New line and string constant. Whoops. Is that really like the last error? Nope. Wanted a PX geometry given a not pointer. That one's a pointer. This one is not. Let's see. Looks good now. Okay, I should just search for this. Everything that uses this has to get deleted. So this is the last thing, of course. Print, undeclared print. Okay. How about this? Run this block of code. Print. Import basic. That's probably allowed. Okay. 2 overloaded definitions. Okay. This is probably right. There should be a lot of overloaded definitions. I just thought it would have gotten caught earlier. Shit. This might be hard to fix. I don't think I need to care. Yeah, I don't need to care. So the thing is, there are bindings supported for the mutable functions, and so technically I know that this one is a constant function. So when you get back the PX geometry this way, you're not supposed to modify it. So I just think there's no reason to even have this function. The problem is, how do I identify these? This one, this one, this one. I'm just gonna have a list. Everything that's constant, I'm gonna delete. I could try and do it programmatically, find... The problem is really the parameters. Doing this programmatically, I'd have to check the function names, the parameter types, and then if one is mutable and one is not, and then rename the mutable and delete the other, which is just annoying. So what we do instead is we delete these. Okay, bad functions. Is this already being done? Yeah, it is. This is actually what I want. The name is not great. If it's a bad function, yeah, if it's a bad function, omit and stop. That'll work. And this is before the rename from mutable. Yeah. So this guy, do I still even have, what is this? A mat33. Do I even still have a PX mat33? I do. Okay, in that case, I do want to add another thing in the README. I'd like to see if it's possible to replace the mat structs with matrix structs. What is it? It's PhysX seems to be column major while dry is row major, but the PhysX docs somehow implied that it'll work with row major structs, which I don't understand. Okay, so these functions are bad. I'm getting rid of both of these. Jesus, man. Wait, what? Oh, I didn't regenerate them. Whoops. Maybe I should look for a non-param 0. That's actually okay. Doesn't really have any overlaps, so never mind. So what else? Git collision mesh, whatever. I'm gonna have to just do these one at a time. Well, or a few at a time. These ones, these, right? Yeah. Boom. Oh. Yeah, see, cannot open sys.lib. Why the fuck did it do that? That's a jive bug, is it not? I don't know. I feel like I'm pushing the bindings generator to the limit at the moment. That's crazy. Why did it end up... Oh, because of this! I'm stupid. I'm stupid. So I just have to correct that. Because this is PhysX underscore, so... So now we look for this, I guess. But the other one's gonna end up... The next one's gonna end up lib PhysX underscore. Okay, so what we'll do is output is replace and free. It's nice to not have to worry about performance. Feels like I'm writing like a, what's it called, like JavaScript code or something. Just doing whatever the fuck I want. That should probably fix it. So I'll do that myself. PhysX sys. Please work. External create foundation. Unresolved external symbol create foundation referenced. I don't think it's only 2. I think there's a bunch of unresolved external symbols. I hope I'm wrong. Sys. I hate. Okay, I have an idea. No, I can't even do that. Maybe I change this to PhysX. Okay, this changes the PhysX, and generate, we change this to PhysX. Get rid of this. Now it should work. Let's just run the generator again now. I don't think that'll really help, but it's just really weird that everything is referencing a foreign library named sys. Crazy how long these replace functions take. It's like actually noticeable. Okay, now everything is referencing PhysX. Yay. Create PhysX. It is suspicious to me that this one had its name specified. That's really weird. So this is here though. Oh, that's what happened. Shit. I think I'm right to remove the PhysX precursor thing, but the name should have been updated to PhysX underscore. Oh, but then it was removed. Oh, so that's why it has this name. But then, like, this one should have it too, right? No. Okay, I get it. Huh. That's a little bit hard to solve. Unless I just change the API, which I don't think I should do. Yeah, I shouldn't do that. I could put quote PhysX underscore, swap it to something stupid and temporary, and then swap it back. That's kind of the only thing I think I can do. This feels really dumb, man. I mean, let's do this. PhysX. Change the function mapping names to something placed. All right. We go again. That should do it. There's only like 3. Yeah, so there being 2 missing functions might actually be right. Okay. Run. Well, I guess let me check the bindings real quick. PhysX. Woo. It loads. Well, it does that. Cannot cook geometry. Failure. I kind of expected this. User provided convex mesh descriptor is invalid. Okay, so I need to figure out what to do because here's the problem. The convex mesh description requires faces, which doesn't make any sense. It's not triangles, it requires polygons. Polygons and indices. I can understand having one or the other of these, but not both. So I don't know what to do with this. Maybe I could treat the polygons as triangles by setting the stride to 3. That would probably work. But then what do I do? Then I don't know what to do with indices, so. Yeah. Okay, let's take a look at the docs. This is geometry. Convex mesh description. This is if you just have points. It's not what I have. Create a shape using a PX convex mesh geometry, which instances the mesh, blah blah blah. If only vertex points are provided, nope. polygon. So they just don't set indices. So I don't. When points and polygons are provided, SDK validates the mesh and creates a mesh directly. This is the fastest way to create a mesh. Note that SDK requires at least 3 neighboring polygons for each vertex. Okay. So I think I'll try to do what I'm talking about. Probably count is 20. Stride is a, maybe this exists. That would be kind of helpful. Numverts. Index base. Let's look this up. Index base offset into the index buffer. Plane equation for this polygon. The plane equation is the plane 0, 1, 2 dot x plus 3. Wait, so the polygon plane is an actual plane. It's an in dot d. Why though? Well, it doesn't matter why. But the implication of them saying this, this is the plane format. Dot x. This is so confusing. Okay, maybe. Okay. Plane 3. When you make a plane, okay, ignoring all this GIMath module, this guy. So they're saying this vector dot x, and they don't explain what x is, plus the fourth value, which is probably d, equals 0. So this would be n. So p offset into the index buffer. Vertices edges around the polygon. Okay, I get this, the index base. I get the number of vertices. These both point into the indices buffer, I think. I still don't understand plane because I don't understand what x is. Oh, you can't see what I'm looking at. This is what it says. This. What is x? In this type of equation, I would expect x to... Oh, wait. No, that doesn't make sense. Let me see if the ChatGPT understands. In PX... Okay. In PX whole polygon, it says... What is x? X is the A point on the plane. I don't think you can do that. You can't. Any point on the plane, if you take any point on the plane and you dot product by the normal vector, which is what that means, and then you add D, it can't be 0. And a point X on the plane. Well, okay, I think I understand what they're getting at with this. I don't... Because this represents the distance of the plane. Okay, that probably actually does work because, okay, if it's based on the normal of the plane, any point on the plane, since they're all on the normal plane, would have the same d value. Okay. Okay, I get it. This is kind of horrible, but I get it. Okay. So now we have to construct these things. Says, no wonder they give you a method to not have to do this. This is like very complicated. So these are polygons. Wait, where'd my thing go? I want to look at you. Okay. This is my triangle count. This is my triangle count, size of a. This is actually right. See, they never set indices though, which doesn't make sense, but oh well. So I will call this polygons. New array of indices count over 3. And it is a PX this. That's how many I have. Temp. Okay. Indices count over 3 minus 1 should work. Goes through all the triangles. Yeah. Polygons I becomes plane. Okay. I'll construct that later. That's the plane. Number of vertices is 3. Index base. That's the offset into the index array. So for me, it's I times 3 because I'm doing this. I think, I'm pretty sure. Now, this is the normal of the plane, so I'll have to calculate this, I guess. I could very easily do this wrong too. It's the cross product of, fuck, even this. So, times 3. I guess the way to do it, if you have a triangle going this way, you'd probably want to say v3 minus v2, v3, wait, and then, wait, no. Yeah, and then v1 minus v2. Might be backwards, I don't know. I don't know. But anyways, there's that. And then d is the dot product of the normal and any point on the plane. I will call it n. It's like, this is like mathy. v1. Okay, although I should probably say v2 because that's my common reference thing. So then they describe this as being set up so the normal dot any point on the plane plus 3 is 0. So this is the normal dot any point on the plane. So the fourth value has to be negative this. So negative b. Yep. Okay, my polygons are set up. This is what they're looking for, I guess. Stride is size of this. Okay. Offset into the thing. And the count the number of vertices. I think this will work. Did not match any possible overloads. What? Oh, whoops, I'm stupid. This is just the index. You have to get the vertices back out of this. Wanted a U16 given an S64. I'm worried about this one. This is just making me realize. So I think kind of just need like two entirely separate ways to do this. So convex shapes should never have more than whatever this is, like 25,000 indices, but a triangle mesh could. I might do that here. There's not really a good way to make it like super generic. So what I'll probably say is if indices count is greater than or equal to, and this, that's not, it's vertices count. If vertices count, so it's the maximum thing here is 2 to the power 16, which is 65,000. Something otherwise. Wait, I could make it generic. I could make it generic. Desired type. And does it have to be runtime? I mean, compile time? It does have to be compile time. Right? Does it? I actually don't know. What happens here? T is compile time. Fuck. I'm pretty certain there's a way to do this not compile time, which is what I would prefer. Like, I could just allocate my own block of memory, to be honest. Even that. Okay, I'm just gonna keep it like it is. Yeah. Oh well. Yeah. Otherwise, I'm like allocating some void star block of memory at the correct size and then filling it in with my data, and it's just, I don't know, kind of more weird. There we go. Indices 32 becomes indices if you're allowed to do that. Otherwise, create your new thing and cast it all, and then indices, U32. So one of these two ways, your triangle mesh will get filled in with the correct amount of things. And they're pointing back to the indices of this. So the only reason one of these values wouldn't be able to fit is actually, yeah, I think if it's greater than or equal to. Yeah. I think. So this should probably work. Okay, back to what I was actually doing. What was the complaint? What was wrong? U16. Yeah, okay. Cast. Whatever. If indices count is 0, I have a theme command. There you go. If indices count as 0, how do I word this? If not, vertices, can you do this? I think you can. Return nothing. Because otherwise you get in the situation with this cast where it can potentially be negative. It would be negative, in fact, I think. And that would result in, like, some shitty stuff. And crash. There it is. Invalid parameter. User provided convex mesh descriptor is invalid. Fuck. Let me check what it's trying to create. The goblin. Well, can it tell me more than that? I want to know why. Mesh descriptor is invalid. It does not tell me more than that. This could, though. If descriptor is valid. Okay, great. Oh, there it is. Is it gonna tell me why? If there's no points data, if the stride of the points is less than a vec3, if the quantized count is less than 4, that might matter. God damn. Quantized count. Well, it probably fills it in for me. Okay, so it's probably not that. Check the topology. The polygon's count is less than 4. We require 2 neighbors for each vertex. There's no indices data. Indices must be provided together with if they're... Okay, sure, yeah. If flags E16-bit indices, you have to provide that as a flag. Hang on a second. Uh-oh. I thought it would just determine that. What the fuck? That's the only one I do? Okay. So in this case, flags... I think it might have default flags. I should do this. Yeah. There we go. That'll do something. That's not... wait, I'm not done. There's one more that does this. Right? You. Yep. Okay, what else? 16-bit. Compute convex. 0 area. Quantize input. That might need to happen. Disable mesh validation. Plane shifting. Shift vertices. I don't know what any of this stuff is. Okay, let's keep looking then. I don't think that fixed it. Polygon limit is the size of this. Polygon stride is less than the limit. Okay. That is my stride. If plane shifting and... what? I wish it would be more descriptive than this. The vertex limit. That's not even my thing. Okay. But if you're doing it this way, you can't have that many vertices, so... I will say 250. Greater than 255 makes more sense. Okay. Likewise, this should actually be probably that, right? Okay. If it's greater than 255... wait, how about just assert vertices count is less than 255? Okay, that'll be something. What else? Polygon limit. There's a polygon limit. Okay. Wait, this is not right. The triangles. Because that's my polygon count. Pretty certain it is not fixed. Not create a comics level from more than 255 vertices. Oh, that's really the problem? Really? Wait, that doesn't make any sense to me at all. Unless I think it's not smooth shaded, which would result in vertex duplication. So this is collider geometry. Let's go take a look. So I would actually just write a function, because this is all like load time stuff, and then it's going to get serialized. So I don't care about performance. So yeah, I mean, it is hard shaded, not smooth shaded. So that is the problem. The actual number of vertices is 64, but yeah, if you were to duplicate each one for every face, but I still think it'd be less than 255. Found blank vertices. Wait. I think this is not the function I want. Preserve face is false? Okay, wait. This should definitely be a temporary thing, I think. So same with get indices. That's gonna like really fuck some stuff up. I'm sure that I'm doing this, uh-oh. But it has to happen. Right? Maybe it doesn't. I don't know, man. Allocating in this situation is weird, to be honest. Like, I don't think I should allocate this. But there's already a bunch of code that expects it to be allocated. Get indices, get vertices. Okay, no more allocations. Yeah, like this was get. Oh, that's compile time. Doesn't matter. Well, the rest is actually okay. Okay. If you're not preserving faces, you go through your thing, stride, and then get the first three things, add it into there, and you allocate into that vertices count over stride. That makes sense. Makes sense. And you are in fact not preserving faces. I don't know how the fuck this thing is ending up with that many faces, that many vertices. Vertices 64. Can I like separate these? Split. In Blender, how can I disconnect all my faces so they're all separate objects? Separate. Nope, that didn't do it. To measure the bindings, yeah. Well, yeah, but at the moment I'm in a state where everything is in fact compiling, but not running yet. Crashing with some PhysX errors. So at least it is calling into PhysX because it's telling us I'm doing something wrong. So I need something called auto sharp something. Am I blind? What the fuck? I'm confused. Oh, here it is. It's somewhere here, right? Is it smooth? No. Don't know what it's called. It is auto smooth, but like there should be an actual auto smooth. There should be an actual modifier for auto smooth. Or maybe what it was is you select this and then you can mark all edges as sharp. And then in here, you can do something edge split. There we go. From sharp, oh, this is it. 0 degrees, sharp edges. Apply. Okay, now I have 372 verts. Okay, so that number matches 372. So that is what's happening. Why'd I even do this? I knew that was what was happening. I'm fucking stupid. So I just need some function. This is gonna be not here. This is gonna be a pain in the ass. I need a function to merge vertices and indices and give you back new stuff. Like this. It'll give you back a new vertices. Or I could have it prune from the existing vertices. Wait, that makes a lot more sense. I could have it made. Does it make sense? Yeah, I think so. Okay. I might do it really slowly, maybe. No, let's do it. Let's do it efficiently. Make a bounding tree of a vector 3 is what it should be, and I already have this code somewhere. I know I do. Calculate emitter points. This is kind of it. I wonder why this is using triangles though. Create for every triangle in the model. Oh, because it's raycasting. That's different. Okay, I guess I do not actually, in fact, have this already. So we'll just do it ourselves. New code. Tree. Bounding. Create. Vector 3. Actually, yeah, this is fine. I think that's how you do it. I don't remember the syntax. In fact, the syntax is bad. I need to redo this file. Free the bounding tree without a pointer. Okay, so now we go through all the vertices. How should this work? For the vertex and the efficient remove of the vertices. That's how it should work, maybe. Okay. Epsilon is something like this. That's the amount where both vertex will get replaced. If query, I don't really want a query, but I want like a has data. Whatever. Query is fine. And it returns back to you data. So found is false. For vertex, tree vertex in a query of my tree, and I need a new bounding box, which is the current vertex minus epsilon and the current vertex plus epsilon. Right? Yep. Found is true. Break. If found. So actually I could do this maybe differently. I've never done this, but I could. I'll just do it this way, whatever. If you found, remove. Yeah, remove would make it not possible to do this really. Okay. So if you found a vertex, remove it from the efficient remove, and then index offset is 0. This doesn't really work, because I'd have to efficient remove from the indices also. God damn it. Okay, so I'm gonna write my own efficient remove. I don't know, should I really be making this optimized though? I don't know. This is how efficient remove works. So this is insert index vert vertices insert index check index indices check index vertices. Okay. So I actually need to go through and now at this point I just kind of want to see if I can do it. Vertex lookup. Is there a reserve? Oh well. I know how many things are going to end up in here. So actually I think I do this in 2 passes. I go through the efficient remove of the vertices, I remove all duplicates, and then I put into the vertex lookup table. Okay. This looks right. When you're doing an efficient remove, the iterator index is the check index. The insert index is nowhere to be found. Okay. So the very first thing to happen, the current check index, which I don't know if I'm allowed to say this. The current check index is the iterator index, and then the insert index is the iterator index minus the index offset. So if you haven't yet removed, maybe I'll just do it slowly. This is annoying to do because now I have to put this here, the index of the thing that got inserted. This is gonna, yeah, okay, you know what, fuck it. Breaking vertices, this is slow. Only do this to serialize the data. This then will probably be much faster. It's too many moving parts. I'm sure I could get that working, doing it very efficiently with a bounding tree and a lookup table, but like, I think there's a good chance it'll have a mistake. And that mistake would probably surface in like weeks. So fuck that. So for all the vertices, go through once. I still think I do need an efficient remove though. Because then you have to go back through everything you've looked up already. I could do it in 2 passes. 0 up to I minus 1, right? So you go through the whole thing. For every vertex, you look at all the vertex before it, and if you found one that matches, I do still need epsilon. Distance squared between the vertices I and vertices A is less than epsilon squared. Vertex lookup, so we only care about I, is A. A is the winning vertex. However, wait, this is kind of weird. No, this should be... this could actually go wrong. Okay, so... remap index. How would you do this concisely? Remap index, what you're trying to remap to is A, and while the vertex lookup of A is not A. So this implies, this is what you're... remap index is not remap index, okay. While the vertex lookup of the thing you're trying to remap to is not itself, you continue. Wait, yeah. Because that means this vertex itself was remapped. Jeez. Got it. So then, vertex lookup of I becomes remap index. Otherwise, vertex lookup of I, it's a valid vertex otherwise. If it didn't find anything before it that is within range of it, it stays as itself. Okay. Now I can go through my indices. I have all my remaps. So I just say indices I is vertex lookup of indices I, right? So this indices I gives me back the actual vertex index. So it could be like 1. And then that will point me, the vertex lookup will point me to where the new one is located, which could be like 0. So that'll remap this I to 0. So yeah, that's right. That's done. That's all you do for that. So the actual number of indices never changes, and that's basically expected because I'm not pruning triangles, I'm removing vertices. So finally, now I can efficiently remove my vertices. Already a pointer. And actually, that's already a pointer, so all this stuff is problems. This doesn't... whatever. Okay. If vertex lookup of vertex index is not vertex index, remove. That's all you do. You're done. You now merge vertices. Okay, much more simple method. I think this is done. So now I have my vertices up here of my collider mesh thing, whatever. Merge vertices of collider vertices and collider indices. Now, put that there, put this here. Merged. Should end up with 64. Merged 316. It reduced 60 something. 50 something. Hey Baker Slaunch, how's it going? This did not work. I wonder why. Definitely I feel like it should have. Oh, I never reduced the vertex. No, I do reduce the vertex count. I am pretty certain this is done correctly. How goes the PhysX? Pretty good. Everything is technically compiling, and I'm getting errors back about, well, currently my code, but actually the physics library is telling me some stuff I'm doing wrong, so I am actually communicating with it. And thank God there's already a pretty reasonable Rust thing written for this, so I didn't have to do that much, because at first I tried implementing the C++ library myself and generating bindings, and it was like 50,000 lines of generated automated bindings that don't work. Technically, compiling is the best kind of compiling. Yeah, true. 371. I cannot create a context over and do more. Okay. This doesn't seem right. Like, why didn't this guy get... Wait, what the fuck? Okay, this one's valid. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Whoops. Remap it. Continue with I. Otherwise, at the end of this whole thing, then if you didn't find a vertex ever, you assign it to this guy. Okay. That should do it. I've never done 70 stuff in the past, so I'm trying my hand at something that I think fits with it today. What do you mean by that? Found 64 vertices. Woo! That's what it's supposed to be. We did it. Method works. Method works, but program still does not work. Array bounds check. Okay, wait. This is my fault. 148. This is supposed to be indices divided by 3 minus 1. So then... the minus 1 is supposed to be here, isn't it? No, it's not. It goes to indices count divided by 3 minus 1. Plus 1 plus 2. This? Oh, the remap must not work. I don't know why, but... Looking up... yeah, it should never be indexed 64 if it only found 64 vertices. Okay. As in something that will work well with the operations available and get a nice speed up. Hopefully. It's not something critical though, so if it doesn't work, it's not a big deal. Yeah, I've never messed with SIMD stuff either. I've never had really that need for like that extreme of optimizations, but it seems like once you get the hang of it, it seems not that bad to do. It's probably worth learning, I bet. So the remap index becomes a you continue looking up into the remap until you find something that is itself. And then at the very end of the whole process, if you didn't find anything, let's continue with I. At the very end, if you didn't find anything, it becomes itself. And then yeah, this is not right. I gets remapped to something gets remapped to vert. I, which is this, gets remapped to, that's what I mean. Which is this, gets remapped to vertex index lookup of this. Let's see what this does. This could be wrong though. The remap index is A, while the thing you're trying to look up at the remap index already has a different remap. Then continue. That can't really be wrong. And then I goes to this, which is kind of A. Okay, let's try again. Yeah, the biggest thing seems to be just learning what things are available to do. I have no idea the right way to build this mask. I need to build. So I'm just writing something that will generate constants for me. Topic. Today. I don't have those commands. But what I'm doing is this doesn't work. Oh. Because they could be unique on their own. I get it. Today I'm just finishing up implementing PhysX. I already have physics in this game, but I'm swapping it over to PhysX. And right now I'm trying to deduplicate vertices, which turns out it's not that easy. Okay, here's what I think I'm gonna try. I don't know if this will work. This is vertex lookup. I'm removing vertices. That's fine. What made you decide to switch to PhysX? I did switch to, so first, the decision to switch to bullet. I have to support bots in my game eventually, and they all have to run their own physics, and my physics engine is not that efficient. Simulating one player takes like 1 millisecond. So, or less, it's like 0.5 milliseconds, but that's totally not reasonable at all for one thing moving. So I could definitely optimize it because I don't have like simple shapes supported. Everything is a convex mesh, which is not good, but instead of that, I also want rigid body collisions, which my physics engine explicitly does not support because it's annoying to write. So I decided to switch to bullet, and it turns out bullet has all the stuff you would expect you need to do stair stepping, so your character can go up little things and like walk smoothly. But bullet's convex sweep test, which is one of the things needed, is an approximation. So it doesn't actually support stair stepping. It's impossible. So I switched to bullet, everything worked. This was like 2 days ago. And then I realized I can't do stair stepping. So I sit up until 6 a.m. implementing PhysX. And this is like day 3 of PhysX. I sit up till like, yeah, because I have a schedule now that I'm like gonna barely meet to make the next fest in October. So I slept till like 6 a.m. and then last night I slept till 3 a.m. and then maybe today it'll work. Hence my title. But God, I'm almost done. It is almost working. Fuck. Okay, so when I remove index offset plus equals 1, here's hoping, yeah. This is if I want to remove it. I'm kind of confused. If it gets removed, this one I don't care about. Yeah, that Not crazy. There's something here that's going to do this correctly. It's going to be something like this. Minus index offset. So anything that happens to be valid. So when you go to index 0, its lookup is 0. When you go to index 1, its lookup is, we'll say 1 or something. Okay, but say you want to remove that, meaning it gets remapped to 0. Then it actually gets remapped to 0. So this actually remaps it to 0. That's correct. It gets removed from the vertex array. And then the vertex lookup gets, so then this indexing gets that added to it. So then the next time it happens, vertex 2 or whatever becomes now a 1. And because that got removed, that's actually right. So, okay, I think this is right. I think this is how you do it. You subtract the index offset and you increment the index offset every time you remove. Except then you'd have to check if this thing with its value, you can just add it back maybe. If you remove it, if you remove this thing, do you care about the vertex lookup? You do, you do, you do, you do. But it does not include itself, so it's correct to happen here. And then you have to add it back. All right, let's try this then. This might work. Goddamn, the grind. Good job, champ. I was, I was like actually a week ahead of schedule. Okay, that really fucked it up. I was a week ahead of schedule till I went back and redid my scheduling and realized I'm actually exactly on schedule. And so now any delay is bad. I have to do item for my own engine to evaluate PhysX bullet and jolt. I've never heard of stair stepping problem. Yeah, so if you have a 3D game, you probably want stair stepping because it does like 3 important things. For one, you can go upstairs. Basically, it pops your character up when the height is less than some value and he's trying to get onto a floor. And then 2, if there's little pebbles on the ground, he will go above them instead of get stuck on them. And 3, when you have a slope, stair stepping implies you move horizontally and then go up. So a slope that still qualifies as ground does not affect your movement speed. Those are the 3 things that you want. And so good physics engine have ways to solve for stair stepping. Usually through a convex sweep test. But Bullet's convex sweep test doesn't work. It actually just doesn't work. I'm surprised this... How did this even become such a negative value? The vertex lookup. Okay, so this is not the right way to do it. I get it, kinda. Because it's... Yeah. Okay. Maybe I get it, I don't know. Okay, I think I get it. So you actually need, I feel like I'm writing inefficient code now. I think there's a way to do this better. Offset lookup. So the offset lookup I really think there's a better way to do this. Next offset. Offset lookup a vertex index becomes index offset. So if something gets removed, it doesn't have to have this, actually. So I can put it here, yeah. Okay, this is right. So after you do this, all of this stuff, you go back through the vertex lookup. Okay, so we go back through vertex lookup. I thought this would be easy. I've done this before, and I guess I'm writing it relatively efficiently now. That sounds pretty bad, but Bullet does not handle that. Then it was actually leaning towards Bullet or Jolt since physics seems so heavy, big. At least looking from the outside. Yeah, I kind of agree with you. Bullet though. So PhysX is like heavy, big, but well made. And Bullet is, in my mind at least, also lighter weight and like still efficient, but way more approximating. So it's, I don't know how to describe it. If you've seen like a video of like old 2010 physics versus modern 2020 physics, that's kind of the difference I think between Bullet and PhysX. But for like simple programs like mine, Bullet would have been fine. But yeah, my PhysX static library is 100 megabytes. My game isn't even 100 megabytes. The PhysX code base is a bigger file than my game. I don't know why. Which it doesn't make sense actually, now that I'm thinking about it, because there's not much code. Like, I don't know. Anyways, let me go back to this. So vertex lookup. Okay, here's how you do it. You get the index out of this. You subtract the offset lookup of the vertex lookup of I. So you look at this index in the offset lookup. You check what the offset of that was and you subtract it from that. Okay. Jeez, let's try this now. Please fucking work. Okay, I think it actually worked. I kind of have no way of telling, but I see it goes up to 62. It should go up to 63. There it is. Okay. Load failed, could not create triangle mesh geometry. So I think I did this right. I have no way to test it at the moment, but it's not that complicated of a function. But my load failed, so this is probably a separate issue. And it doesn't tell me why. What could be why is this cross product could be not right? Actually, I have an idea. This will be easy for me to check. I just have to print the 3 vectors and the normal because, or rather, if the absolute value of the dot product of the normal and up is greater than something like that, print the normal. Oh wait, I had it right. Yeah, print v1, v2, v3, and this guy. So that will tell me for the top, what? Absolute value of the dot product of the normal. I missed a parentheses maybe. There we go. Surely it's gonna tell me. I'm confused. 250? Am I doing this at the wrong spot? Like 250. Work. I just did a bunch of stuff. So 250 is thanks for the follow. This assert first for the triangle mesh. My assert was actually right. Oh, maybe it fixed it. Maybe I don't know if I can scroll up that far, but like when it was crashing before. $148. Oh, it did fix it. I think. So, okay, the convex shape actually is fixed. So now for the triangle mesh. Yay. Woo. Does it tell me anything about this? It just says invalid parameter. I guess I can check this guy and 484. Invalid parameter. If it's not valid, of course. So to be valid, you have to have points. You have to have data. Your points must be divisible by 3. Material, I don't need that. Triangles. Your triangle, if you have triangles, your points count must be divisible. I'm confused though, because if this is divisible by 3, it turns into 0, and then it's not true. Oh, so if it's not true, it will not return. Okay. Okay. So that's fair enough then. I don't see what could be going wrong though, because I guess I should throw some of these asserts at this guy too, maybe. Let's just do this. Instead of... Okay. So you have to have vertices, you have to have indices, blah, blah, blah. Your triangle stride is... This seems maybe not right. I think this is not right. Wait, let's see what they do. Triangle mesh. Triangle stride is 3 times size of U32. That is exactly what they do. Count is the triangle count. That's the problem. Count 6 and count over 3 U16 data. Okay. Should be good. Maybe. One of these days, this thing's going to compile. It's going to blow everyone's mind. How many days has it been since I've compiled my game? Cannot create triangle mesh. 250, same thing. Okay. We still don't know why. Creating U32 triangle mesh. At least I've gotten the bindings for PhysX far enough along that it doesn't feel bad to be writing this code now. Like the bindings kind of just work, which is nice. Creating a U16 triangle mesh, sure. So 16-bit indices. I feel like it should be able to figure that out on its own, but oh well. In fact, what if that's why? I don't know. Let's just try this. Maybe I'm not understanding what 16-bit indices means. Okay, that did not help. So let's go take a look at this then. Let's get into the code. Points, triangles, flags. Okay, so it's just points and triangles. That's a stride of a vector 3. That certainly makes sense. Hang on. Okay. So, yeah, I don't really understand what could be going wrong. It does say it's failing. Where it says it's failing is that line, right? This guy, 484. Invalid parameter. Load from description is invalid because the description, which is this guy, returned not valid. The only thing that could be happening, let me check the points. Cert vertices count is greater than 2? Greater than equal 3. Not create a triangle mesh. And likewise, they, I guess, assert that indices count. This would have made more sense if they wrote this code is equal to 0. Cannot create triangle mesh from, how would you say this? A non-divisible by 3 amount of indices. Let's try again in case that's somehow magically the problem. Nope. Did not complain about that. If there are material indices, which there should not be, this basically cannot be going wrong. Result. Maybe I can run this myself. You get this triangle mesh description is valid. I bet I have that. Mesh description is, convex mesh description is valid. That's all you do, right? Pointer. It should say false. False. Okay, so let's check this out. It has, what is this? It has points, which is bounded data, which is this. Which has a stride, which is 12, and then padding, which is fine, and then data, which is fine, and then count, which is 550. Okay, that's fine. This guy's stride, these are U16, so his stride is 2. Padding, data, 306, that's divisible by 3. Padding, okay. Flags. Flags are 1, so triangle mesh flags. 1 is 16-bit indices. Prefer no SDA project. I don't care about that. That can't really be the problem. And then I think just more padding. C6 Raiders from Spherophoria. Hey, how's it going, man? Thanks for the big raid. Hey, so today, everyone, I'm working on PhysX. I'm adding PhysX bindings. Wait, I got a notification or something, probably a follow. So I'm working on adding PhysX bindings to Jai. And basically, I wrote my own physics code for this game, and it works fine because it's 1 character. However, my server is soon going to have to support bots. My server is also written in Jai, and my physics code takes like 0.2 or 0.5 milliseconds per character, which is like very, very slow for physics. And so, thanks for the follow, Mackie. I switched it over to Bullet a few days ago because I have some experience with Bullet. It's like relatively simple library. And I was in the process of writing stair stepping, which is a very important thing for good games where you don't get stuck on little pebbles and you don't slow down on hills and stuff like that. And it turns out Bullet physics doesn't support stair stepping at all because stair stepping requires like some type of convex sweep test, and Bullet's convex sweep test is an approximation, so you cannot do it. So then I've been staying up super late every night trying to rush to get PhysX implemented in my game. When you say my physics, are you saying my physics or my PhysX? Yeah, I know, right? It's my physics. I wrote my own physics library. I wrote my own physics library called Coda Physics. And it does stuff. It does a bunch of math stuff to do physics. This is all the physics code. It's just rigid onto static body physics is all. And then I have a bunch of GJK functions that I still use in my game. Stuff like that, and EPA. And yep, it's just like pretty basic physics stuff, but I don't really need crazy physics. Gotcha, so you wrote your own physics library, wasn't fast enough, tried Bullet, wasn't good enough, onto PhysX. Yep, that's basically right. I want to emphasize, though, how frustrating it is that Bullet wasn't good enough, because they have all the functions. If you look at their API, they have all the functions you need to do stair stepping. Like, they let you intercept collision manifold dispatching, they let you do convex sweeping. It's just that their convex sweep test is not correct. It just doesn't return actual data. It's very frustrating. I hate it. So, minus like 5 days of work. But so now the PhysX library bindings are done. It's a ton of bindings. It's working. I'm just trying to get my stuff compiling. So right now I'm trying to build a triangle mesh, which should be the triangle mesh for my entire scene. However, PhysX is telling me this is not valid. I don't yet know why. Because there's actually not much that could be happening. It's telling me it's not valid right here. I guess this has to be the problem, actually. Simple triangle mesh is valid. Hang on 1 second. Wait, not that. Okay, back to this. So this simple triangle mesh is valid. The points count. Oh, this is probably a problem. Oh wait, no, it's and 16-bit indices. What is this number? This is a big number. This is like 65,000. 2 decimal. What is this song? I'm skipping this. Hex. Convert. 65,000. Okay. Is U16 max? Yeah, I didn't remember exactly what that number was. So the server requires NVIDIA GPU? No. No, in PhysX, yeah, so my impression of PhysX is also heavily focused on GPU integration. And it is probably one of the few physics libraries that like natively supports GPU integration, but you can run PhysX on CPU, and I'm pretty sure that's how I have it compiled. So it should be fine. But yeah, you have the choice. Also, when you use PhysX like regularly, not through these weird ass bindings, they give you 2 different DLLs. One is for CPU and one is for GPU. And I think you can just kind of load only CPU or both, but something like that. If there's not points data, return false. If the stride is less than a vector 3, which it's not, my stride for points. My stride for points is a vector 3. Yep. Otherwise, if there's triangle data, and 16-bit indices, then the limit this could be wrong maybe. The limit is size of this, size of a U16 times 3. So for my triangles, my stride is, okay, this is right, 3 times size of U16, 3 times size of U32. Oh, Sir Fourier, are you still here? I saw, I don't know if this is still what you're working on, but I saw you're working on WebAssembly, right? For Zig? I'm very soon going to get into WebAssembly for Jai. I'm curious how your experience with that was and what all you've implemented if you're still here, but I get typically people want to just go get some food or something. Can you do size of variable and not a type? You can do size of type of. So you say like size of type of indices 32. This will give you back this. So it's the same as this. That's how it works. Okay, so type of is compile time. Yeah, believe so. It actually, I think, used to not be, but you would make it compile time with run. But just like in the most recent one or two betas, I think it changed. So I'm like very fucking confused because if your point count is greater than this thing, which, man. Yeah. This description goes into the triangle mesh when you create it. Cooking parameters should not matter. Shouldn't matter. There's very few things that could be going wrong with this. Yeah, I've been meaning to try out WebAssembly and Jai as well. My understanding is browsers don't really support the 64-bit stuff yet, so it's still unusable if you're planning to ship it to people since you need browser flags. No, so that is one part we've gotten working. Me and like a couple other people in the beta and Raphael helped out with this, but primarily actually, what's that one guy's name that streams a lot and is popular and does YouTube content and Jai beta, and I don't know how to pronounce his name. Tesoding, yeah. How did you know that? Tesoding wrote a thing for it where it basically converts the generated WebAssembly 64-bit bindings down to 32-bit. I don't understand totally how it works, but I have that process set up. That's a separate like thing you have to compile and run your code through I don't know how exactly it works, so I can't say when exactly it will fail. But I imagine it might have some problems. But I don't expect Jai to get like, 32-bit support anytime soon at all. So that's the only option. But it works. Like I have an example. Here, hang on. GitHub. I think I put a picture in this. No, I didn't. Okay, well, anyways, this is my code. It's really old now. But I have an example that actually renders a triangle on web in OpenGL. WebAssembly, why? Primarily so I can share my game. It's really good, I think, to advertise games on web. Web, if you do it right, just naturally gets a bunch of traffic without you doing anything if you upload it to like a couple websites. So it's very reliable to get just a bunch of eyes on a project. Does not support 32-bit? No, not natively. Cool. I saw that a while ago. I hadn't looked much into it. I wasn't sure if it's still working. It might not be still working, but it wouldn't be hard to get it working again. It's cool. I'll check that out when I start my own. Yeah. Also, actually, do you want me to at you in this thread in the Jai Discord? Because there's a thread about WebAssembly and no one really uses it, but there's some resources in that. Okay. Because also, I just found one other thing that I posted in this thread, which someone wrote Odin bindings for WebAssembly, which is very similar to what my plan was. I was gonna take the open like gl.namespace and put it in the JavaScript exports and then bind the functions as I need them in Jai. And that's like exactly what they did. So that will save a lot of time. That's my plan. Okay, let's start trying to figure out what the fuck's happening. So let's print point counts, let's print point data. Just print a bunch of shit. Points, counts, points, data. That I meant to do stride. Okay. Do 3. And then same for triangles. Stride data count. And then what else do they care about? Flags, I guess. It's possible. Initializing it this way is doing some weird stuff. That could be happening. If the triangle stride is less than the limit, so the limit is calculated by, yeah, that should be totally fine. So back then to this guy. Otherwise you just return true. Bro, like nothing can be going wrong. It could be material indices. I don't know what this is, so it could be this. Let's look at triangle mesh description. Wait, what is material indices? That must be in a PX triangle mesh. But it might be, but it's like invisible. So their little test is checking for material indices, but the implication of this being here is that it's inside the PX triangle mesh description. I'm confused. This is the description of this guy. This is not the same thing. PX triangle mesh description. Oh, but then it's this guy also. So this guy has points, triangles, flags. Points, triangles, flags. Struction padding, which is probably right. The structure padding almost definitely encompasses. Okay. Structure padding almost definitely encompasses the material indices because then you have this pointer, yeah. So I'm going to print this out. This should all be 0. God. So simply should be 0. Oh, I don't know how many Jai people are watching right now, but wait, hang on. This one, yeah. I have a pretty cool thing set up in my shitty bindings generator called Forced Inheritance. And it basically goes through my module, finds the things with the name of the files I want to force inheritance on, and it sticks this empty place into it with an as. It's a little clever trick. So for my stuff like a PX rigid dynamic, it sticks into this padding that it is in a PX rigid body also. So now everything that is a PX rigid dynamic can call the PX rigid body functions without casting. Pretty nice. That little inheritance I was reading just reminded me of that. Okay, let's try this out. Yeah, I was trying to figure out a way to do it. I thought there might be a better way, but that was the best way I could find. It's kind of janky, but once it's compiled, it's done, so. Once it's generated. Should be 0, and it's not. That is very suspicious. I don't, though. I'm not actually sure it should be 0 because it's this weird-ass C++ thing. The rest of this looks fine to me. Data, whatever. Stride is correct. Count is correct. The flags are correct. So I think it's this. I don't know why. Let me look at this thing's functions, maybe. Where's PhysX? Wait, I lost it. New, set to default. Is that any different? Okay, and what is the actual thing it's erroring on? It's not here. If there are materials and the material stride is less than the table index, I bet this is the problem. I'm gonna try set to default. Set to default mutable. Okay, sure. I think it should be setting it to default. You know, by default. Okay. One other thing I can try, instead of setting it to default, mesh description can just be this, all 0. Although I think it's supposed to have a default mesh. Failed. It's all 0 now. Invalid parameter, not valid. Bro. Definitely, though, doing it this way, the data pointer, I think, should be 0 of this guy. If there's a scene SDF, which there is not, I guess I'll confirm that. There's not much that could be incorrect about this left. null. Okay, that's good. This, okay, I can maybe check one more thing. This is a simple, no wait, this is the one that has the material indices. Materials required at the collision point. If it's null, then the material of the PX shape instance is used. Otherwise, the point of contact is on triangle with index I. The material at that index is determined by this. Okay.
Work.
Thanks for the follow. Well, I don't think this is the problem. But I also really don't want to recompile this code to put in some logging. Really, really don't want to. Let's print all of these at once. This is going to be kind of annoying. First thing, mesh description dot points count less than 3. I'm actually going to print like all the things that could be happening. And then this. And I can't do this one. If this and it's valid, so I guess I can do that. For this to be valid, it would be this thing is valid, right? Yep. Slip description. That's what they said? Is that the call? If this and not valid. Okay. Next they call into PX simple triangle mesh. Oh yeah, see, when you create it, it sets default automatically, so it doesn't even matter. Is valid. Okay. This is of the triangle mesh though, so I can't necessarily do this super easily. I guess it just takes, this is just probably basically the same data. Yeah, it is the same data. Okay, so I can still do this. This and this. Let me do it like, these are the different things that could cause it to return false. Counts as greater than this thing. And to be honest, this is the same number I should use. Okay, and PX mesh flag. I think it's PX mesh flags is mine. Uh-oh. Whoops. Wait, that's different. Oh my god, is that the problem? That's probably the problem. I used the wrong flag. Okay, god damn it. I'm pretty sure that was the problem. Let me just try to compile now. That's one remaining problem with the PhysX bindings. All of the flag types in the generated bindings are ints. Okay, that was the problem. We're actually doing stuff now. I don't know. Okay, so we made it past that. Woo! Let me push this with my... Yeah, that's fine. Push it with my commented code. PhysX even harder. Now I can delete the commented code. I want that back, so. Okay, so this was the issue. What? Oh, I just deleted a bunch of stuff. Run again. Create exclusive shape on your body. Okay, what's happening? Why is it? Access reading location. Okay, I think I might actually know what's causing this. Although none of this seems like it. Well, my concern is that a lot of the times this physics library wants pointers to things. Well, like almost everything exclusively it wants a pointer to. But sometimes it returns a struct. And so that worries me. When I'm getting these structs sometimes, like this transform I'm sure is fine, but when you pass it back in, you're passing it back in as a pointer. So then what happens when this like leaves the stack, leaves the scope? But for transform, I'm sure it's fine, but that's not even currently the problem because it's crashing at this call. This is crashing when you create the goblin. That's kind of surprising. And that's happening in Fat Goblins 226. That could be actually maybe bad. No, not really. Scene Manager Gameplay Packet Processor. It's actually processing a packet. It creates a body from a goblin shape, which I no longer have to do it that way. I no longer have to cast. Okay. But goblin shape should be set up. Yeah. This could have to do with... I think I know what's happening. PhysX has an auto ref counting thing for almost everything that has pointers, which this would have a pointer to the geometry inside the shape. Because I'm storing it this way, the goblin shape, yeah, it's a PX geometry. I think I have to ref count it. Okay. Let me take a short break. I think I'm gonna get some water, check on my dog. I think it's crashing because it's not incrementing the ref count, but I'm storing it globally. That's my theory. So I'll try to fix this and then the game might actually run. So I'll be right back in a few minutes. I'm back. Okay. I think it's crashing. Okay, yeah, let's do ref counting. I don't remember how to do this. I don't think it's here. Reference counting. So this is when a PX shape references a thing. For example, a PX convex mesh may be referenced by multiple PX shape objects. Okay. Acquire reference method increments the reference count of an object. PX ref counted. I wonder. First of all, let's look at acquire reference. It is only basically only for PX ref counted. So my question is, this thing I'm creating, which is a PX convex mesh geometry, which first creates a PX convex mesh. So I have to check PX, you can't see this, but PX convex mesh and PX convex mesh geometry. PX convex mesh is a ref counted. Okay. PX convex mesh geometry is not. Got it. Derived types. Okay. So I need to do this then. Derived types is a PX base material, which has structure and padding 0. And then generate. I'm gonna go ahead and put this here and then put all these files. I'm confused. Oh, this is right. Yeah. PX convex mesh. And then I have to check them all for struct gen whatever 0, because that's what it gets attached to. Okay, let's go check all of these. All of these have to be reference countable. Struction pad 0. PX ref, I forgot what it's called already. PX ref counted. That's not what these should be called. This is a rigid actor. Okay, that's what it should be called. PX base material, I check that. PX convex mesh. Structure and pad 0. Structure and pad 0. I think 16 is the smallest byte count I've seen so far. I want to check the first couple ones again. 16. 16. 16, and this one should be 16. Okay. Then we look at this. It is 16. Okay, so it fits in everything. Good.
Work.
Thanks for the follow. So this will go stick this code in there, which makes it usable as a pointer to ref counted. Let's recompile real quick. Or regenerate bindings, rather. These bindings are a lot of fucking work, man. Okay. So once it's done compiling, which is just about done. Okay, I'm done. Let's go check this out. So the thing I care about right now is a PX triangle mesh, which now is a ref counted. So ref counted acquire reference. So when we do this stuff, I only have to do it for things I'm storing globally. Yeah. Which is this geometry, and there's a couple more. Goblin shape. So it just never goes away, and I have ability shapes. These are all the same thing. Boom. Those are all acquired, so they will persist forever. I think I have more stuff, though. No, I really should. I don't know why it's telling me I don't. It's fine if this stays as a convex mesh, although, is that not what it's getting back? No, it is. It is. Yeah. So, for example, when I call this, this is super not okay to do. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna have to change a bunch of stuff, but I would guess I will do this eventually. I'll just stick in the to-do then. So this is creating a new shape from vertices. The way my physics engine worked is it just treated a point cloud of vertices as kind of just a GJK collision thing. So it didn't care about triangles. Yeah. So that means I was allowed to pass in I was allowed to create shapes just from a list of vertices, and it would be instant. PhysX, when you pass in a list of vertices, reconstructs an actual convex shape from your vertices and assigns triangles. So this is a very inefficient method now. So really, probably what I should be saying is probably here, when you call this, print calling convex. This is basically a very slow method now and should only be called once. There's one more up here. Okay, these are the only 3 things that return this, right? Or even only 2. Okay. Man. Interesting. And immediately create the body so that ref count is counted. I want to see one more time, where does it actually resolve the reference count? Is it after the physics update or whatever? The initial reference count of 1 ensures objects not destroyed in the application releases it. Therefore, be destroyed when no remaining reference counts exist. If you're creating a shape, attach it to an anchor that has a reference count of 2, Then call the shape's release method of 1. When the actor is destroyed or the shape gets detached, your count gets decremented. Now it's 0. Character shape using create shape and attach it to an actor. Well, I'm actually confused then, because the way I'm creating this is through create convex mesh, which should increment the reference count and then create a new geometry, which attaches it to the geometry. Neither one ever gets destroyed. Whatever, let's run it. Sphere shape. One in a px ref count and give it a px convex mesh geometry. So that's true. Okay, so I have to get the shape back from a geometry. Uh-oh. Wait, I have it backwards. A shape is what holds the geometry. So really, it's like if it's a convex shape, so it'd be a px convex mesh geometry. I think I just take it out from the thing. Yeah, px convex mesh. Okay, got it. So all these are in fact px convex mesh geometries. So to reference count it, you say convex mesh. That's all, which is already a pointer. And then likewise here. Yeah, it should be fine. Please compile. It's been 3 days. Woo! Obviously, lots of stuff is very not right. But it compiles. So now I have to figure out why it's not right. There could be so many reasons. So what is the right thing to do here? I think to start with, I need to see where my character even is. I wouldn't be surprised if he's like off in infinity somehow. That would probably be the best way to do this. So that should be in Client Goblin. So way down here, body position. This would be it. Oh, you know, oh, this is probably the other problem actually. The scale of everything in my game is in meters per millisecond, but it's supposed to be meters per second now. I bet that somehow is affecting lots of things. Body position, body velocity, and rotation. Let's try this out though. Wait, what? It just works now? Okay. And then it crashes. Coda audio crashed. That's not a number. Okay. Crashed because the body became not a number. Okay. Let's start. I don't know why that could happen, actually. Maybe I can check that first, if it's reproducible. The very first thing that happens, body position 1. So stuff is going to touch body position, and I just want to see after it gets touched what it is. Wait, what? That's all that happens? Okay, well then also there's an update method. I bet it has to do, well, whatever. I bet it has to do with normals. But anyways, there's an update method somewhere for PhysX. There it is. Body position 3, I think. Yeah. Print a bunch of stuff. Crashed immediately at 6, so it's after? Okay. This velocity number is giga gigantic. Oh, that's its body position. Okay. Huh. I wonder if that's ever getting set. I think it is. So there's... I know what's happening here, but that doesn't matter. This could be messing it up somehow. It never says that's happening. This is, yeah. Zero and suddenly not a number. Let's check this too. Body velocity. Body, man, again. It's maybe getting created in the wrong spot, which is very weird. Oh wait, one other problem. Oh, this could maybe be it. I did this thing. I initialized it to nothing, didn't I? This, yeah, that shouldn't really matter, but it should be create new, not initialize myself. Let's go look through every type of description. That one gets created. That one gets created. That one gets created. They all, okay. I don't think that will fix it. So then also let's check. Yeah, this doesn't create the body. This guy creates the body. This guy with a geometry. If it's dynamic, which it is, you create a new transform. Let's go look at that. PhysX transform. You have a quaternion and a position. I might have gotten that backwards. It shouldn't matter though. Default dynamic body transform is... I can just print it. Create the rigid dynamic, create the material. This could go wrong maybe too, because I think this is returning a pointer, which is very suspicious to me. Yeah, that could go wrong maybe. Okay, then one more thing here. PX material is this guy. And there's also a PX base material, which is ref countable. So, just to be sure, let me look up PX material. Actually, it does not say it's a base material. I am confused. PX material is not a PX base material. How? What? What? PX base material? What are you then? You are a ref counted base material class. Include base material, but then what do you do with it is okay, it's not in the docs. What the fuck? The docs don't say this. The docs skip directly past this thing. Okay, but if it is, then the material is ref countable, and that could be a big problem, I think. So in the generator, we force inheritance onto the material, and we say a PX material is a base material of PX base material. And let me check both these values. Struction 0. Okay, this guy has struction 16 bytes, and then user data, and then PX material, same thing. It's fine then. We can do it. It fits. Let's recompile that, and I might end up having to ref count is what I'm getting at. PX acquire reference material. I'm not actually going to do it yet, but I have nothing else to do right now since this is doing stuff. I think when you do it this way, this body is automatically added into the world, I believe. If not, it would be like here. Doesn't tell me. Okay, whatever then. This way, shape gets automatically released with actor. Okay, that seems kind of relevant. I think I should also maybe have one material and have that material be called like player material and use it for everything. Probably. So you create a rigid dynamic with some transform. Create your shape with your material pointer, 1 true shape flags. Okay, hang on. That's very different than how I'm doing it, but that's fine. And then you attach the shape, which to your rigid dynamic, which that's probably already implicitly done this way because I'm creating an exclusive shape. Yeah. Okay, scene add actor. But when you created your actor, you called it from PhysX, create rigid static thing. I think I will automatically do that. PX scene, add actor. And then with a BBH. Okay. Maybe that's why all this stuff was getting deleted, because it was never in the scene to begin with, so it was automatically deleting it, and then getting its position and stuff made no sense. That would make sense to me. So add the body with a BVH. I do actually want that. I think I can pass in nothing for now. Probably. Maybe. Insertion failed. Okay, same issue, but immediately it's not a number. Default body transform. That should be a 1. How'd that happen? I don't think a quaternion with 0000 is valid. So when you say px transform new, does that function not even make sense? Px transform something mem set return value, okay, to that guy. So this is like his own thing or something. That's probably why it doesn't work at all. Well, okay, but then here is then generated structs. Okay. That would explain why it doesn't work at all. And this is a quant which does not have a deep. Okay. So I think I should just get rid of all of these. Let me check some of the other ones. So this guy, you have your position. Create a px transform. Wait, but no, that's fine, because then both of these are fine. He's creating the px transform first. Creating this. I believe this is default initialized. I don't remember though. Maybe not, because it... Maybe not. Everything else passes in px identity to the quaternion. So let's get rid of this function. This is actually a bad function. Wow. It's actually bad. You can't ever call this because it doesn't work. Crazy. Why doesn't it just initialize it to default stuff? It's not even... It's not even like the person that made these bindings code. It's the actual PhysX code initializes this to 0. That's like such a source of potential issues. Okay, generate Jai. Bad functions. Get in there. PX transform new. You are not welcome here anymore. So another thing then is PX quaternion should have a new, and that probably also is bad. Zero, 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 zero. Yep. Motherfucker. 0001. Identity constructor. Wait, what's the difference? How do you call this? I don't understand how they put a constant in here. But okay, I'm gonna get rid of the constructor for this one too. The names of the functions to remove from the bindings before the mood and stuff gets stripped. Okay, that removes those two. So now my lesson learned is don't ever call this. In fact, if I just construct it myself, it'll work because quaternion got replaced with the ji-quaternion and vector got replaced with the ji-vector, both of which have correct values, so. Yay. There's so many little tiny gotchas in this thing. This fucking sucks, man. Let's just run it. I don't know if that was the problem, but that was definitely a problem. You can't have a quaternion with a... Okay, it's doing stuff. I'm like falling and stuff's happening. I can't move, of course. And all the values are correct. Okay, that was actually, I guess, the problem. My values are like what I expect them to be now. So let's get rid of these. Yay. There's that. Man, I really want to not work this weekend, but I don't know if that's an option. Body position 1, 2, 3, 4, velocity 4, position 5, 5. Okay. Now, let's start. I have these values to try and convert everything into scale. Time conversion, velocity conversion, acceleration conversion. I'm going to start multiplying things by this. I'm going to do the whole entire file. Wait, if it's... that's a velocity, because it's not times dt. The other thing, actually, I'm spawning this guy at 0, 0. That might cause problems in PhysX. I'm not sure. So in order to try and fix that... How can I do this? In order to try and fix that, in the goblin, when you create your body and you do this stuff, body set position, let's just set your position to like 2, 2, 0. Wait, right? X? No, Z. That'll move you like to the left or right and up. That should be probably good enough. Okay. Back to this. So that's velocity. Friction is acceleration. Is this really how I want to do this? Because now delta time, when I multiply this by delta time, that's, I think, weird. Like, when I have a friction value, that would mean this is in terms of... This is in terms now... Yeah, that is not right. Shit. So basically, this value highlighted is in terms of meters per millisecond squared. When I multiply it by this, it becomes meters per second squared. But dt is milliseconds. So that causes big problems. So there is something in here, if I can find this. about, yeah, using different units. I just saw it. Units, regardless of units of length or mass. Okay, so it cannot modify time. Can it? Wait, I bet it can. My hand hurts. Uh-oh. This is not good. Step size 1/60. Does it say anything about wanting seconds? If I can just change it to milliseconds, all my problems are solved. It doesn't say anything yet about seconds. But it does keep using 1/60 a lot. But this is a pretty well-written library. Even for physics, I might not actually need it. What? By default, all geometry queries, like all these things, like raycast, sweeps, whatever, set and restore the SSE control register. This can have measurable performance hits, so the SimGuard flag can be used to skip these steps. You should only do this if the client code already took care of the control. Okay, so obviously I don't do that. Common use case for physics engines is to simulate fixed size time steps independent of the frame rate. I don't care about that. I know what they're talking about. You can like infinitely go forever. Performance limitations, memory allocation, and I feel like this is repeating stuff now. If I do it in terms of milliseconds, all of the default values inherent inside PhysX are going to be basically wrong. Okay, that is true. Because stuff like this, set max depenetration velocity, this is going to be some big number like 1.0, which would mean you can move it like 1 meter a second or something. If 1.0 in terms of meters per millisecond is like 1,000 meters a second. So I'd have to know everything to change. So that's just not reasonable. I can't change the timescale. Even if they don't tell me that in the docs, I can't do it. Okay, so get rid of acceleration conversion, velocity conversion. So what I'm actually going to do is keep everything the same and change all of these functions. And what was the other one? Time conversion. Okay. So basically nothing ever should actually access things through the PhysX library, which makes me think, actually, what would be really smart to do is take the entire PhysX library from Fat Goblins and stick it in this file only. I think that this would work, right? So now nothing can call, it's not going to compile, right? For some reason. Velocity conversion. Whoops. So everything, if this works like I think it might. Okay, some stuff is obviously wrong. Oh, that was, I think what that was, that shake up and down, that was my interpolator expecting results in terms of milliseconds, and it got back results in seconds, so it was like not accurate at all. Okay, but the physics was. So somehow this works. That kind of means to me that everything is going through this library or file already. It's like, for example, let's look at this guy. This shouldn't be that hard to change. Yeah. If I just take my actor, and instead of doing this, I set the threshold this way, which is 0. It should not compile, I hope. Uh-oh. By day Chinatown. Yeah, hey Norgor, how's it going? Okay, it did compile. That's not what I was expecting. Good, bro. That's good. I wonder if I can load the module? I've never done this before. I don't know. I don't think so. So this is one thing. I don't think this changes it. Unable to find module. Okay. What do I do about this? I really want this, the imported module here, to be scoped into this file and not accessible everywhere. Is that just not a thing you can do? I thought that's how this would work. Am I importing it again somewhere else somehow? What? Is PhysX the standard Jai Phys library? No. PhysX is NVIDIA physics library. That's all. This is my module. I'm like incredibly surprised that loading it this way puts it into the global namespace for everything to use all this stuff. Is there any more scopes? Nope. Maybe sync site, yeah. I want to read, there should be some how-to that covers this to some extent. Scopes? No, probably not, right? Nope. Import and load. The import path is set to the default, which is one of the things, whatever. When you import a module, the code gets its own module scope, which cannot see your program's code's global scope. This means the module can be imported cleanly without globals causing... Okay, that's cool. I didn't know that, actually. The import above pulls all the basic symbols into our file scope. That's what we can do stuff like this. Okay, but you can put a module into a namespace rather than importing all of its names. Oh, that might work. Maybe that's what I want. Import supports modifiers that help you load specific things into modules. I actually don't think it's supposed to be loaded into my entire program when I load it into a single file. But it is what it is for now, I guess. That might be a Jai bug, I don't know. You can use import directory to load a directory style module. Files. I've never seen this before. This must be new. From subdirectory module. Load another file. We can load as many files as we want. But you're loading there. We import basics so another file can use print. I feel like this is not the example they wanted to give. You can use import directory to load a directory style module from a specific path. I don't think that's... Like, this example would make sense if this did not say load like that. Am I wrong about this? Like, what's the, because you can do this, like, and I have that set up. I'm loading this stuff. Yeah. Is there anywhere else that does this? Import dir. Literally no, that's it. So, oh well. For some reason, Jai reminds me of Ruby. Don't know. Don't know why that would be. So this, yeah, cannot, I guess, do what I wanted. I am very surprised by this. Me asking the Jai beta. Is it possible to import a module from inside a file scope? Is that a scope file? So that only that file has access to the imported control. See weird things. Let's see. So what I could do though is say PhysX and then probably using PhysX, and that will probably put it into the scope of file. I bet that would work. And then to check it, bring that back. To check it, that should not compile. Import. Oh, I didn't mean to say file. Wait, but I didn't say file. Import. Oh, it's here. Undeclared PX actor. Oh, that's a problem. I need all that stuff, so this is not even the right solution. You might be able to import it with a name and then using it. Oh, you're doing that? Yeah, that's what I got working. This did work, yeah. But turns out I'm actually just kind of stupid because all of the structs and all those definitions I actually do need in my global scope thing. And I don't think I want to try and solve that issue. Anyways, it doesn't really matter. Like, I could put this in a namespace or whatever, technically. Somehow. I could split this up into 2 files. Load those files into namespaces like that. And then in my PhysX thing, using those, so this behaves totally normally for structs and functions separately. And then I could do that where I load PhysX and using here PhysX.functions and then using PhysX.structs or something. That would work, but I'm not going to do that. This is just a little nice thing to prevent me from being stupid, but I don't need to prevent it that much. So we'll just stick it back globally like this. Okay, anyways, I could also write a meta program to do this. That wouldn't be very hard at all. But I'm very short on time at the moment, so we will just continue. So the reason I'm doing all this and trying to prevent myself from being stupid is these conversion values. I'm going to use them here. Okay. Position doesn't change. Linear velocity. When you're getting, I think I want it to be like caps. I don't know why, but that makes more sense to me right now. Just makes it stand out, which is helpful. That's right. When you're doing this then... Oh, uh-oh. Doesn't really matter. But it would be like this. You know, there is some JAG code. I don't know if it's gone now. It was with normalize? I'm not going to go look for it. There's some JAG code that was taking some vector to normalize, not a pointer, and just directly taking a pointer to it and modifying its values. I thought that was like super not allowed. I wonder if it's gone. I think it used to be how normalize worked. Converted value, locked threshold. What do I do about this? That's technically time, and you're setting it, so it'd be time conversion. Set friction. These are acceleration. No, wait, no, they're not. These are coefficients. Okay. Gravity. Oh, acceleration conversion. And where do I use this? There it is. So let's not do it here. U times acceleration conversion, which is like 1,000,000. 1,000,000. Body rotation. Step, you give it a delta time. That delta time gets a multiplied by time conversion, because time conversion should be 0.0001. Yeah, correct. Yay. Back to this. So step takes into time. I don't care about the rest of it. Normals don't matter. Merge. Okay, this is all done. That's all I need for now. That converted. Wait, I don't have to do it this way. Oh, it wants a pointer. God damn it. Okay. So yes, I do. Position, vertices, whatever. The rest of this should be good. Conversions are automatic now. Which also means... Oh, I'm really slow. Okay. And it doesn't know I'm on the ground. That's a problem. Oh, I haven't solved that problem yet. No, I have. Okay, we'll have to fix all this. So the conversion values can be in the scope file because my goal is all the conversions in the game should be stuck inside here only. Is this not the right number? Oh, it's this. Whoops. It's 0.001, right? That's 1 over 1,000. Yeah. Whoops. The rest of it's right though. Yeah. So that should fix the gravity problem. Maybe. Yay. Something doesn't feel very good at the moment. Okay, well, so for one, there's definitely no stair stepping, right? That's a thing. But yeah, and I know I'm not on the ground, so let me fix that too. But even without that, it feels kind of laggy, and like I'm colliding with things I shouldn't be colliding with. Oh, I'm colliding with things I shouldn't be colliding with because I have a rigid body. Or how do I call it? I have a rotationally fixed body, which makes it a little bit odd. this stop printing. Okay. So now, this is supposed to be getting all my contact points. And it sticks them in this thing I made called a C array, so that I don't have to push a scope, because I don't know how often this is called. I thought it might have been a lot, but I think it might actually only be once at the end of each loop. So contact buffer is for all pairs. Yeah, it probably is once. Okay, anyways, let's go through my C array of things after I call simulate or whatever. Should be not that hard of a method to find. This should be at the top. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, for I0 2 collision normals count. If this is not printing, I have my stuff set up incorrectly. It's printing nothing. So I think that would be because in order to get called back into the collision callback, I think I could be totally wrong. Maybe I'll do this. Empty context push context empty print. Let's be sure this is happening at all, because it's going through some very weird things in the physics library to get to this point. It's not happening at all. Okay. Maybe this file. Filtering. Touching a block. This recurs as multiple results we distinguish between touching a block. Has a choice whether it is touching a block made by user implemented filtering logic, intuitively blocking appearance, whatever. Filtering. I don't think this is it. This is not what I'm looking for. I think neither is this. It's actually pretty tempting with the way they set this up, how fetch results works, to try and delay my physics, if that makes sense. Like, allow it to work asynchronously and then get the results back at the start of the next frame. That would technically basically just speed up my game. Although maybe, we'll see. That would only speed up my game if the physics takes a long time. I expect with PhysX it will not. Simulation memory on advanced. Callback sequence on contact. That was any application to listen for events and reacts as required. The following callbacks are executed. To any of these, it's necessary to subclass simulation emit callbacks that virtual functions are implemented. Set simulation callback. I think that happens. I think this does happen. Finally, to receive on contact and on trigger events as an actually set a flag in the filter shader callback for all pairs of interacting objects. Collision filtering. Uh-oh. Let's download this page. Wait, this is in rigid body collision. enable custom filter shader. I wonder, that's only for... Wait. Event callbacks. Create simulation event callbacks. And then what happens with this guy? I think I'm not doing this right. I did do this at like 4 AM, so... Yeah, this goes into the scene description, simulation event callback, which I don't think I'm ever doing. I am not, in fact. Okay. Set simulation event callback. This is probably the better way to do it, I would guess. Give it a scene description pointer and your callback. Go create that there then. All right. Set contact modify callback. Yeah, I don't have that. That might work now. Maybe. When the PX scene, given the PX scene description, so you have to create your scene first. A little surprised. What? Oh, it's already a pointer. Still no. Still nothing. I think there is likely some flag I have to set. But I would have expected them to tell me that. Pair filtering. It must be that. Don't know the difference here. Callback. This probably matters. And I bet this is used. Okay, or not. Wait, but I think it's supposed to be. Okay, hang on. Where is this? Default simulation filter shader. This is the return value. It copies it into the return value pod. I don't think this is it. I'll take a look at this anyways. It has pair flags. I don't think pair flags is what I need. Solve contacts, modify contacts, trigger, solve contact default. I'm only adding to it, so. Okay. I don't think this is what I need. So something is going to allow me to set up my object or shape, I think, so that it'll emit contact events or something like that. Pretty sure. I think that might be, I might know what that is. Or is it in body? It's in one of these things. Mesh description flags. I don't think it's mesh description. It's definitely not this. Definitely not this stuff. Result insertion callback. Definitely not this. It could be cooking parameters. No, not cooking. Mesh description. I really doubt it. Let me check body. This is probably it. This is at least what I'm thinking of. Also, everywhere I reference count, I want to not do that anymore. I think it might not be needed now. Okay, so getting rid of that. Yeah, it did not in fact crash. Okay, so reference counting was not needed. So, unless it was. I want to try something kind of unrelated. I want to get the reference count of this thing. I'm getting distracted. Simulation, trigger, query, visualization. I don't think it's any of these, but I'll try all of them real quick. Simulation. There we go. So there's this, and then what was the other thing I was doing? Shit, I'm doing too many things at once. That might fix the problem, but I doubt it. Definitely don't need visualization, by the way. And then, oh, reference counting. I want to get the reference count in the update method of the goblin shape. And it should be 2. Shape ref count is... Goblin shape, convex mesh. Yeah. And I want to put this here. It should hopefully be 2. 2. Okay. I don't know what I did to cause my character to fall through the ground, but that's also a thing that's happening now. I can only imagine it's these flags, which doesn't make sense because they're flags and I only added more, but sure. Okay, somehow adding additional flags made me fall through the ground. That's interesting. Maybe they're not actually flags. Okay, so clearly that didn't fix the problem. Let's keep reading the docs. It's a regular action object for the pair. The pair you kept. I don't care about that. Hey, thanks for the follow. Pair flags, contact default. Pair flags specify additional flags that stand for actions that the simulation should take in the future for this pair. So that's what you return out of it, so I don't care about that either. None of this seems right. This is kind of concerning. Let's look at this. When this gets created, when you set the custom filter shader, event callback, create simulation event callback. So this creates a trampoline, whatever that is. It returns this to you, and then you can call this new simulation trampoline event. You use this and you stick it in your scene. And that's exactly what I'm doing. Create new simulation event callback. And then you set the simulation event callback for your scene. Okay, that's right after I create it. It can't really go wrong. So let's continue with this. Let's look at this guy way at the top. On contact, if you have a collision callback, which I think is what I gave it, so it wants M callbacks first of all. When that gets created, and it gets created using callbacks, okay. So you give it callbacks, it sets that to M callback, so it does have to persist, and mine is persisting. Yeah. So when that happens, you can say on contact, and then if you have a collision callback, it will call it with whatever. So that's really pretty simple. There's my collision callback for this events callback. That's passed into create it, and then it's set. That's super simple. Work. AutoX, thanks for following, man. Very simple. All you guys, if you want, feel free to wish this Fat Goblins on Steam. I feel like I've been forgetting to say that for weeks now. Helps a lot with the Steam algorithm to have wish lists. So yeah, this is doing nothing. So I am led to believe somehow there is an extra flag you have to set up so that the callback works. But to figure that out, I have to know exactly the actual PhysX call, not this janky binding stuff. Enable in the scene. That's not it. This just gives you back a PX simulation event callback. Which it is. Wait, so this shouldn't be a thing. Oh, that's for your CCD. Fuck. Okay. So you just... What the fuck is this? Oh, these are just automatically imported things. Git set. So set contact modify. I feel like there's a flag, but they're usually very hard to find. Definitely not these guys. That's just about the end of it. Yep, damn. It might be this. Set flags. That could easily be it. The docs aren't very clear with what to do with this. Where is the code? You. PX scene flag. What do you have for me? None of this says anything about calling back. Okay, it's not that. So next thing to attempt, when you call scene set whatever, where is it? Okay, this guy. This takes a PX simulation event callback. I need to figure out what to do with this. Reach document. There's 2 matches. I can't figure out where this thing is highlighting anything, but anyways, it's like, it's this, I guess. Okay. Contacts are not generated for the intersection, and as a result, contact points are not available for trigger shapes. Further, because triggers play no part, it will not allow simulate shape or trigger shape flags to be raised. If one flag is raised, then attempts to raise the other will be rejected, and an error will be passed to the error stream. Trigger shapes can be used in implement sensors. So, okay, that's trigger though. That's different than contact. How goes the physics stuff? Pretty good. I have it to this point. PhysX working out better? Well, PhysX is like in the exact same state that Bullet was in 4 days ago. I can move around, I can collide with things. That was a weird behavior. That was a weird behavior. How am I doing that? But anyways, I can move around, I can collide with things. It feels weird and bad, but that's fine. And we'll see how it goes. I think it's just because I'm setting its position that is doing this, by the way. I think you're really not supposed to set position in PhysX, probably. But gotta skip leg day. Yeah, look at him go. So it's not a trigger shape I care about, it's a contact, and this thing does not explain how to get contact. Sleeping, that's not what I care about. Go to 1. This sucks. I'm gonna look at the website. What is this one? Rigid body dynamics. On wake, there's only 4. On wake, on sleep. God damn it. Nice, keep charging ahead, I guess. Yeah, it'll work soon. I'm pretty certain this one will work. There's no interactive screen. Okay, I don't care about this. PX shape set simulation to filter data if the subsequent refiltering causes the shape. Okay, let's look at PX shape. Set simulation filter data. This might matter. Query filter data. I doubt that matters. Set flags, that could matter. Okay, so it's either set filter data, maybe PX filter data, or PX, probably PX shape flags. What is this guy? Okay, very good. Okay, let's look up this. EX filter data, set simulation filter data. Let's just look up that function. Yes, I know. Okay, where is it? Sets the user-definable collision filter data. Sleeping does wake up the actor if the filter data change causes a formerly suppressed collision pair to be enabled. So I don't think this is it. This is user-definable filter data. Okay, then the next thing. Did you have to make the dry bindings yourself, or did your calling function directly? Yeah, I did have to make the binding. Well, kinda. So first I did compile it myself, and I tried generating the bindings from the header files and the lib and DLL and whatever. I got that technically working, but there were tons of problems with the binding generator because it was like 70,000 lines of bindings or something. And it looks horrible. Like using that would have been a nightmare. And then I found the Rust library, and I found they have a kind of really weird bindings generator set up in the Rust library for PhysX. And I kind of found a way to use their bindings generator and get the lib out of the auto-generated Rust bindings and then generate it myself from their header files. So it's kind of piggybacking off of the Rust bindings now. Thanks for the follow. So this is basically Rust, except very different, and also I added a bunch of stuff so inheritance works as you would expect it to, which I don't think it does in the Rust version, or I know it doesn't. Stuff like that. So filter flags. So PX shape flag. Okay, let's go take a look at this. Oh shit. You know, it could want this though. So it said simulation and trigger cannot happen at the same time or whatever. But scene query might have to be part of it for it to go into that function call. So let's try that out. I would hope they would have said that though if that was the requirement. But at least I didn't see that. Still nothing. Man. Okay, let's try ChatGPT. In PhysX, I have set up a, what's it called? I think this is not it. This gets passed into something else. Event callbacks. It's passed into this guy. Simulation event callback. Not calling. Simulation event callback, and I have set it to the scene by calling this. However, I'm never receiving any callbacks. Why? What do you have to say? It does say to use scene query shape. Your filter. Enable. Oh, it enabled a bunch of stuff. Okay, hang on. This seems very relevant. Filter flags get set into the scene. Oh, okay, this has to be it. So first, we will go back. I think all these things have to be right at the same time for this to work. Scene query shape. That's you. You are scene query shapes. Although, wait, that's everything. Uh-oh. Not just you, but... Oh, that's for body? Okay, that does affect everything. So there's that. In the scene. Here. It says... Ignoring filter data. I don't think that matters, but I could be wrong. You have to enable reporting flags, which is... pair flags, which is PX pair flags. What does it do with that? Wait, God, sometimes ChatGPT is fucking stupid. I think this is right, by the way, but it's doing actually nothing with it. So I think it had part of it correct. Notify touch found. I think that's what I need. Okay. I don't know where this gets used. I'm already using it in custom filter shader. So for everything, really? Let's go take a look then at this. When you construct it, this is the function callback. So this would affect the next step, which will be contacts. So might actually be right. Solve contact should already be there. Touch found, touch lost. I don't care about touch. Wait, I want these. I want maybe just persist, but for the time being, I will do both of these. Notify contact points. Oh wait, but and that one. Wait, this is the only one I want. Notify contact points. That's exactly what I want. I don't know what this is. I probably don't want that. Okay, let's try this out. Please print something. Please. No. No. Okay, how about this? Empty context. Push context. Empty. Calling into custom filter shader. Is this even happening? I think it is, but yep. Twice. And if I fall to edge, maybe 3 times? No, only twice, which is odd, but I don't know how it works, but it should be enough. This return value might not be right. I don't know what this wants. Call default filter shader first. Yes. True. 1. Okay, we'll have to see where this gets used. Should be here. PX filter flags. And it sticks into this guy, the output of the shader info, which is different than pair flags. Callback. Notify. I think it's this. This could be my problem. I've thought it was like 5 things so far though. PX filter flags callback. It would make sense if that forces a callback, right? So okay. Warning. Filtering callback set, but no filter callback defined. I think that'd be here. I'm filter callback data. I am pretty confused. thought this basically was my filter callback. I don't think it's looking for this kind of callback. Filter shader data. Filter shader is this thing. Create event simulation callbacks. Calling into custom filter shader. Collision callback. PhysX. Yep. Notify. Touch found, persist, loss, CCD. Text CCD. And you have that one. Let's do fucking everything. Hope you get better soon. Yeah, thanks. I think I'm almost have this thing at the point where it's actually working. This one was already in it. But when I call this, it says no callback found, which is very confusing because I would have assumed this is the callback it's looking for. I wonder what this does. Hang on. Let me take a look at this guy. Static cast, create a new thing. Okay, so it actually allocates it, so that's fine. Stuff's happening. They did it. Woo. I don't know which one of these did it. It did it, and then it crashed.
Work.
Thanks for the follow. Well, it did it, and then it crashed, and I don't know why it crashed. But I think I can maybe make it not crash by commenting all of this out, so it doesn't do anything. It's possible it's crashing in the call code, which would probably not report anything. Please don't crash. Yay! Collision callback. Yay! Fucking did it. I want to check one more thing. If I can, I want to return 0, because I don't actually know what the fuck a filter flag is. So if I can get away, and it's warning me not to do that without having something set up, so. Please. Yes, I can return 0. So one of these is very important, and I don't know which. It might be this. I basically just need to try them one at a time. It was not that. It was not that. You can go away. Don't think I care about this. Let's see if I can remove that one. This is peak debugging. That one was important, and then that was it, right? Notify touch persists. Notify touch found. Okay. It called once, so this is kind of important. How do I describe? Okay. Pairs. Let's try this again without touch persists. So it called touch found. 1, 1. when I... That probably makes sense. Okay, so then... Wait, I need to check one more thing. Basically, touch found and touch persists. I don't know if they both have to be true, or if I can get touch found by having touch persists. So I'm trying to figure out when this happens. So in the simulation step, vision normal, callback. Stick you up there. Callback, 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 callback. Okay. So what happened was callback 1. That's all I did that time. I'm gonna try it again. Callback 1. Okay, so then let's add back this guy. And basically, if it prints callback 1 back to back in the same block, I don't need touch start. And it did not. It did not. So I do need both of these. So I probably don't need notify contact points. And I... What the fuck is this? That's what I have to have to enable CCD. Okay. Yep. Yay. The problem... Oh, okay, this is fine. I can get rid of calling into custom filter shader. Where the fuck are you? You, get rid of that. Yay. Interesting. Callback. So now I bring back the code that was making it crash. I don't know why it was crashing. Total contacts is in all the pairs. For all the pairs, you get the contact count. Do I need that? Reserve? That's only for reserving, so it basically doesn't matter. Okay. I might get rid of my C array, to be honest, because this does only happen. Let me double check. In a simulation event callback, the collision callback, which actually is the on contact callback. Does the on contact callback happen once per contact or once per scene simulate update event? Should be scene simulate update event. Is invoked once per scene simulate update event, but it can maintain multiple contact pairs. Okay, so that was my suspicion. So, in that case, I have no problem pushing a context. I thought this was going to have to be high performance. I'll keep C array though. It's kind of a helpful class to have. Collision normals. So I can do this now. Let's see. Contact buffer. Do I really need you? I'm going to change types of music completely here. Go to this. Okay. Contact buffer. Yeah, so I don't think... I want a contact buffer. But, well, no, I do. Okay, I do, because it's a different type. All right. And in fact, it can be defined memory if this only happens once. That's fine. But per frame. Totally fine. Get the contact count of that pair. Go through all the pairs. Oh, this is -1, and that's a U32. Fucking Jai stuff, man. Oh, that's why it crashed, I bet. For sure, right? It was going like... I don't know. Whatever. It's stupid as fuck. The bad part of Jai. The one bad thing. Okay, well that should fix it. And this is also a problem. I never initialize that. Okay, extract count. Same issue. This is almost definitely a U32 thing. And it looks so ugly now. Look at all this ugly code I just wrote. Depressing. You get the overall contact count. You try and reserve if you need to, which is what that should do. And then you go through all the pairs again, extract the contacts from them with the buffer. Yeah, to be honest, this doesn't have to be initialized memory because this is overriding it again anyways, so if it fucks up, it fucks up. And then go through extracted count. Yep. Add it to the collision normals, and we're done. Alright. This should actually work now. I should be able to detect when I'm on the ground. In like 2 more lines of code. I plus equals 1. Wait, what the fuck? I equals 0. That's what I meant to do. Assign I to 0. Okay, except this is not working. Contact, total contacts. Let's print this. Let's print that. I think it's going to be basically 0, which means I'm missing something. I think what I'm missing, this is touch stuff. Let me print this first of all to see that it's not working. And let's go here and we will take total contact 0. Notify contact points. This is what I want, I think. I have to have, it's unbelievable to me. I mean, I guess it makes sense, but in order to get this callback to work, you have to enable all, well, these 3 things. If any one is not enabled, it doesn't work. I guess touch found is optional, but then you'll get your touch 1 frame late, which is even worse. Okay, collision normal. Look at that, I was on the ground. I think I stopped it. I wasn't actually paying attention. I think I automatically control C'd. Okay. Neato. Cool. Collision normal. Stop printing. Actually, I do want you to print a little bit. Let's keep printing, maybe. Just do that there. Yay, I can run around again. Look at that. Some stuff feels really weird, but that's okay for now. feel like my eyes are failing me, getting strained. Okay, it works again. We're kind of back at where we were. That was not right. What the fuck am I okay, that wasn't right either. Yeah, I think setting the position. All the collision normals, by the way. Okay, here are some weird ones. Good. This is what I expected. Okay, let's stop printing that. I think this is happening because I'm setting the position over and over, which you should basically never do. What the fuck is this? I gotta get rid of that. Okay. I'll keep these. I'll keep that one to be sure this works. I know this one works. There's that. Now, let's not set your position ever. I'm thinking here, hang on. I think the proper way to set your position, well, for one, I should maybe be using kinematic objects. I don't know yet. That would solve it. But besides that, I think maybe the proper way to set your position is an impulse. Can't I set an impulse? Bro, something has to let me set an impulse. Compute velocity delta. No, I want to apply an impulse. What? Add local force, that's different than an impulse. Add velocity, that's different than impulse. Compute linear velocity, torque, blah, blah, blah. Set max contact impulse. That's not it. I don't know if you can set an impulse in PhysX. In PhysX, can I apply an impulse to a body? Typically, you change its velocity instantly. No, 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 no. Oh, you can use add force with impulse mode. Okay. Add force. And then mode. Oh. Force mode. Impulse. Okay. That would do it, actually. So, impulse implies, I'm pretty sure, the velocity you apply to this guy does not carry over into the next frame. So, I guess we'll do that if I need to. This is a little bit tricky to figure out, but body, basically, body set position should not get called. This one's gonna get even more fucked. This is the first person physics. I've been like totally neglecting this. Okay, this is concerning. Oh, that's free physics. Okay. All right. So instead of body set position, I think I would apply a force to the body. Maybe. Jesus. So basically, if you're being thrown, that's when the body position changes. Yep. Actual physics body position. Copy it. Here's my body position, and then it does this stuff. Here we go. So now I can apply my impulse. Impulse is a velocity. Yeah, okay, so I have to make a new function. Body apply impulse actor PX. What kind of thing can accept this? I thought it was called apply force. Add force? There we go. A rigid body. So it has to be a rigid body. Which implies it's rigid dynamic. So actually, it's anything. Yeah, if I go look at PX actor PhysX, PX actor is a rigid actor. Oh, so okay, no. A rigid dynamic is a rigid body, which is a rigid actor. Okay. So yep, it has to be rigid dynamic, and then this guy cast into. Might as well cast it correctly since I know it's a rigid dynamic. The mode and auto awaken is true. Impulse, no mode, okay. Force mode dot impulse. There we go. W music, yeah. Not force. This should work. Oh wait, impulse is a velocity multiplied by velocity conversion. All right. If body, how do I work? Yeah, if body position is not the same as physics body position, so if it's moved, we'll apply an impulse. Let's see. It would be the difference between the positions divided by dt. Because then, when you're actually figuring out how far it travels, you multiply this guy by dt, except... Yeah, that's basically right. I guess. Kind of. The problem is this update third-person physics code is not technically in sync with the physics. It is, but doesn't necessarily have to be. So setting the position this way is actually a little bit odd, but it should work unless you're really lagging, and then I don't know what it'll do. Probably work less well. I don't know. Okay, last thing. Setting body position, basically, which shouldn't happen. Uh-oh. Just, oh fuck. Impulse is the velocity. Pointer to conversion impulse. Wanted assert, okay, just cast that. Client body, body. Undeclared client body? Oh, client goblin. Alright, that basically did nothing but, okay, that's... Bro, sometimes these PhysX interactions are fucking weird. Oh man. Like, some of these things should not be able to happen. Like, for sure I can walk through this then, yeah. And I went into that. So... typically, there's a couple things I can imagine might cause this. I'm setting... okay, I'm just gonna... okay, I'll do one at a time here. The main thing I think might cause this is that I'm setting the velocity every frame. And in most physics engines, that is okay. Maybe, like this guy right here, maybe in PhysX it is not. So, right. Setting body linear velocity. Basically, this shouldn't happen. So instead, I'm gonna apply a force. And okay, yeah, this is how they want you to do it for sure. You apply a force, and the force is a velocity change. How do you use the velocity change force mode? So this is like, the implication of this name, at least, is that this is an impulse that persists. Apply velocity, if that makes sense. Add velocity? This should probably just be called set velocity. Yeah. It's a good song. High velocity change. A velocity change mode of PhysX is used to apply a force that directly changes the velocity of a rigid body without being affected by the body's mass. This mode is useful for applying impulses that should result in a specific change in velocity. Okay, yeah. So it's like an impulse, but persists. Okay, that's exactly right then, what I thought. Velocity. So, the problem... you have to get your velocity, first of all, because I'm changing the method. It's... I should have an add velocity and a set velocity. And you know what? This can just be... this can just be get... screw this whole thing. You're just not allowed to call that anymore. Okay, the name slightly changed. So, when you set the velocity, how do I want to do this? Velocity change, wake them up, convert velocity times velocity conversion, convert velocity. That's how you do it. So then this guy is very similar, but you have to get the initial velocity. The delta velocity is where you want to be, minus, not exactly right, this times velocity conversion, minus your current velocity, and hang on. So you apply it this way. How do I word this? If I want the velocity to increase by exactly 2, do I have to divide by my expected dt value? Yes, when using velocity change, you don't need to divide by dt. That's not what I asked, but okay. Velocity change mode directly applies a change in velocity. Okay. So this would be all I do. Delta velocity. velocity times velocity conversion, get your actual linear velocity back out, get the delta between where you want to be, where you currently are, and that's your velocity change force. So body set linear velocity, this has to kind of go away. In fact, I should probably have like an update position method and a force set position method. Those would make a lot of sense. Yeah, like this. That one's okay. I'll call this force set position. So anything that's a body set position. Assign your body. That's a force set. Yep. It just forcibly sets your global pose. So then lastly, you can apply position. This one is the better method. Okay, now the name makes sense, so I can remove that comment. Let's just get rid of this shit. The names are just changing slightly is all. The problem has been solved with the naming. Apply the position. If you're a dynamic, rigid dynamic, I might as well cast you to that. And then delta position. Delta position is where you want to be divided by, I guess I'll get your global post, and this method's fine, of actor. It doesn't do any extra checks, so. So then that's your delta position. How do I describe this? You have to know your DT for this method. So your delta impulse is what it actually is delta position over, this should be in Fat Goblins. Update rate. Yep, always update rate. All right. However, okay, so this is now my delta impulse in terms of meters per millisecond. So velocity conversion. So there we go. Get rid of this. What I actually want is an impulse. Delta impulse, impulse, true, wake them up, apply the position. There we go. I don't know if I changed every method. Yeah, not quite. I'll just swap these all out manually, and then, so I can actually go back and from my impulse method. So it's only here. Yeah, it's only here. So I don't have to do this. It's actually now body apply position, client goblin, body, and the position you want. So that just does this impulse calculation for me now. Is Jai still invite only? Yep, I think so. Yep, I mean, I know it is. This should work. All right, I can also just go swap this out here then. Wait, wrong way. All right, I think hopefully I should not phase through ground yet now. I think that, what the fuck is this? course, it's free physics. This will be okay. Maybe. Kendrick disses are copyright free. Are they? Oh, that was laggy. Okay, it's fine now though. Okay. It feels so far way more stable, except whatever that was. That was questionable. Teleporting up there. Yeah, okay. Bro. What do I do? What do I do about this? It's fucking driving me crazy. At least I can't teleport up this anymore, yet. It's like little steps that I can teleport up. That might... Okay. Is this PhysX? I have to be doing something wrong. He did it so people could react and spread them? Interesting. Maybe, you know, it's possible my triangle mesh is set up incorrectly. It's totally possible. Wait, I have an idea. Okay, wait, this will be a good CCD tech. Okay, worked. I have an idea. This could be an issue. I don't think I give a fuck about, in my previous code, triangle direction. So, I think I do now. Maybe. I fucking hope. God, I don't want to actually... This is such an annoying problem. It's just like the physics library not working out of the box. Okay, this guy. This one. Triangle mesh geometry. I think it might actually be in the mesh description. Let me check, hang on. Flags. It does have flags. What are the flags supposed to be? Triangle mesh flags. Prefer no SDF adjacency info. I don't know what the fuck this does. PhysX adjacency info. Okay, it linked me to this page and then it doesn't exist. Okay, okay, ignore all the window sounds. That's me. Adjacency info. Is this a real thing? Huh? Triangle. Let's just look at triangle mesh flags. Adjacency info. The triangle mesh has adjacency information built. Like, I don't know what that does for me. My computer's lagging now. Okay. So, that's not what I need. I might want that. But that's not what I need. Okay, let's not do that for now, because I'm just assuming maybe adjacency info would help you move between triangles. I don't know. Okay, then the thing I think I need is in mesh geometry. Double-sided, this guy. You, let's try you out. Some triangles, for some reason, might not be correctly oriented. I fucking hope. Okay, what? Bro. Like, obviously this exists because I can step on it. And then I fall through. There, and then fall through. Oh my fucking god. It's definitely not an adjacency or double-sided problem, but I'll try it anyways. You know... Yeah, okay. God damn it, man. There's no way this is what's supposed to be happening. Like, what the fuck do I do? I think one thing I might try... I'll leave this guy. I'm gonna disable CCD. No CCD. Okay, let's get rid of this way. Wait. Can I do this? Take this guy. There you go. Perfect. Body set CCD. Okay. Maybe CCD is messing it up. Actually, it's not much better. No, not any better. Not any better at all. I'm gonna try... Yeah, I just went straight through that shit. Maybe triangle meshes just aren't fucking good. Maybe. Okay, so one other thing to try. For one, the kinematic character controller might fix it, but that's a ridiculous way to have to solve this problem. It's actually completely ridiculous. That would mean you just can't apply forces to things without fear of them going through walls, so that's not okay. I have an idea. It could be that I'm using a convex shape for my guy, and maybe my triangles are weird. Oh, that could be it. That could be it. That could be it. That could be it. It could be this function, merge vertices. Let's do this. This is my thing. Let's just shade smooth. That doesn't look... Oh, I separated it. Okay, undo. Okay, it is now shaded. It's now not separated. There we go, smooth shaded. Now when I export this guy as OBJ, selected only, no normals, no UV, no materials, triangulate, assets. I think I called this collider. Where the fuck is it? Collider. So now this is collider smooth. All right, that should do something. I bet, I actually don't think this is a problem, but this could be. Lots of things could be. Collider, smooth. Goblin geometry, and from that you get vertices, indices, merge. Do not merge anymore, that's the whole point. Okay. Collider has blank vertices. And this should happen after the potential merge. Oops. $372. Bro, what the fuck is wrong with this thing? So it is splitting up vertices. Let me export a GLB then. Fucking dumb. Include selected objects only, no export mesh. That's all. Export collider smooth GLB. looking over it. Okay. It has a rotation of 90 degrees. That can't be right. I have to apply and re-export. Selected, no materials, mesh, collider smooth. All right. GOB. That should probably work. Says the collider has 64 vertices. Okay, good. Do you still fuck up massively all the time? Yes. That was not the problem. Cool. Very cool. Could you please exit out of the game? Okay. Yay. Not fixed. So, well, how will I do this? I will actually leave it as GLB. And not merge. Might as well. Okay, let's go look at the docs. Something's not right. Unbelievable that Bullet worked better out of the box than PhysX. So geometry. Triangle mesh. Disable active edge pre-compute. Disable how to improve cooking speed if needed. Disable clean mesh. Per triangle material indices, use per triangle indices. This could have to do with materials. I doubt it though. But there's this weird stuff going on, I remember, with the triangle mesh. Where was it? Can you render the collision mesh using triangles to debug? Yes, I can. That wouldn't even be that hard. Maybe I should do that. Maybe I should. But I'm like, yeah, I might actually do that. The problem is, I do collide with it at certain angles, and triangle meshes are basically known to be bad. But it shouldn't be this bad. So I don't think it will actually be a problem with the triangle mesh, but I also don't think it'd be a problem with anything. So I probably do need to do that, yes. So this is the thing I wanted to try. I don't think this will fix it, but this has some material data baked into it by default. Yeah, it's always useful to have, yeah. So they have a way to set that up to render it. I think you can, I don't know how, but I should technically be able to do that as well. Yeah, like sometimes I collide. And also I'm pretty sure it's because I'm using a rigid body and applying forces to it, and the forces are pushing me inside of it. Actually, so that's a good point. One other thing I want to try then. None of this should matter, but I have a tight bounds set up. I want to get rid of all those. Tight bounds make convex shape collisions more optimized, but for a triangle mesh, it might make it happen too late. Tight bounds. Well, regardless of the syntax highlighting, that is commented. that... I don't know. Wait, some of this stuff doesn't feel right either. One other problem. Okay, so I probably am going to render the scene really soon. One other problem, you're not supposed to do this in PhysX. All of my stuff is centered at the origin. You're supposed to center your stuff, especially your meshes, around 0, 0, 0 and position the bodies. So I could fix that. There's a flag for that somehow. Probably in create body. It's not it. Shape. I check that. Well, okay. Probably it's time to start drawing triangles. Problem is I really don't want to. Let me look at their library. They have methods to do this that I don't know how it works. Visual. They have, you can set up a visualizer. Well, there's not really good support for it in my bindings though, it looks like. Or any support for it at all, maybe? You actually need set visualization. Okay, it's not really supported at all. So I'd have to do it manually, which I can do. Unless it's in the callback. Which it might be. No, not really. Draw lines. Draw triangles. What does this do? Might just be able to draw lines from the vertices. I mean, I can definitely draw triangles. Actually, can I even? I can definitely set up a way to draw triangles. Like, what does this even do? PVD scene client? PVD scene client? Yeah, PVD scene is a visualizer scene. I kind of don't want to set up their visualizer. It's not gonna go well. I know it's not. Unless it gives me callbacks for things. But I don't think it does. I think in this call, I'm telling it to draw stuff, which is not helpful. Yep. Set get scene PVD client mutable. Interesting. V table. Excellent. Super useful. These are the functions I already saw. So I think I looked at all these. There's nothing else, right? Yep. Great. PVD. All right, I've determined it's basically impossible and or not a good idea, so I'm gonna draw it myself. Even though I am pretty sure this is not the problem. Well, Let's see what I have available to me. I have draw line, draw square. I definitely need draw triangle. I have this, but this is a really bad method. Okay, draw triangles. This is a lot better. Vertices count? Yeah, this is probably fine. I just give it sets of 3 vertices. I'll do this. Okay. So I do have get vertices, which from a PX geometry. Okay, so if it's a convex mesh, I do all this stuff. Else if geometry type E is PX geometry type triangle something, triangle mesh, then you do other stuff. Okay, this is also just vertices, by the way, so there's gonna have to be one more method after this, but I want to write this method first. So cast, it's kind of this, probably the same. PX triangle mesh geometry. And this has a P. Okay, triangle mesh. How'd that X get there? Whatever. Get the vertices count, just get the vertices, and that's all. All right, that method's done. And then I want a method get triangles. I'm gonna make this to my needs, which will be a vector 3 like this. So yeah, this is gonna be a little bit maybe hard. This one's okay. I'll do this one first. For triangle mesh, these are my vertices. Vector, not vector 3. Uh-oh. Triangles is a void star. I don't know what the type is. Get triangle mesh flags. All right, maybe this. I can check if it's... Fuck, man, this is annoying. If get triangle mesh flags of the triangle mesh and it's triangle mesh flags px triangle mesh flags dot yeah, this 16-bit indices. If this exists, indices are U16. God damn. Get triangles, data is get triangles of triangle mesh. Get triangle count, basically. Except to get triangle count, the implication of this to me is divided by 3. Triangle count, yep, divided by 3. So, times 3. As last resort, you know, Unity, you can make a test scene, debug it there since Unity uses PhysX. True. It probably wouldn't be that hard to do, but it shouldn't be that hard to fix this. This is kind of like an expected result of implementing some new physics thing usually. I just don't know what I'm doing with PhysX really at all. So otherwise, if it's not a U16, it's a U32. And you could do the same thing. I don't know if this will work. I have to cast this. Okay. And then lastly, I have to have triangles. Sure. New array of indices count and vector 3 and temp, I guess. Same exact code, but whatever. And then we go through the indices for indices. Yeah, this is fine. Triangles, iterator index is vertices index. That's how it works. Iterator index is vertices of this index. That's not right. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Return triangles. Woo! We're done with that one. Convex mesh, I think, is going to be harder. Because I don't think convex mesh is a triangle. So you have vertices, you have an index buffer, and you have polygons. Okay, well, it'll still work. Okay, so for this guy, oh wait, the index buffer, this one is guaranteed to be less than 255. Okay. You wouldn't happen to know real life physics. You wouldn't happen to know real life physics. What does that question mean exactly? Okay, so we get the vertices like this. We have to get the polygons, which is this. Get polygon data index. Wait, what the fuck does this do? I'm so confused. Get polygon data at index. Why? I have to do one at a time? I guess that's fine. I just have a question that if you knew quantum physics, you might be able to answer. Nope, I definitely don't know quantum physics. I know, like, enough physics to do game development. That's it. Convex mesh index. So I guess I have to go through the count of these. I have to do it like this because Jai is kind of annoying. While I is less than polygon count is this convex mesh. While this is less than this, defer I plus equals 1, and then I need my index buffer first before all of this. Indices. So this is a U8. That's how the indices here work. This is my index buffer. My count. I feel like I should be able to get my count, but no. I can only assume the reason they don't give you a count for the index buffer is because it's U8. It's only 255, so it probably is just like a stack buffer, basically, or something. Hey, how'd this play again? What's happening? Whatever. Okay, back to this. So yeah, I'm just gonna assume the index buffer doesn't have to be known. So indices awkwardly is a U8 pointer, which can just immediately be assigned to this. Okay, go through my polygons now. So you get the polygon data. Polygon is something. It is this thing. Okay. Convex mesh I polygon. I think that's how it works. Index U32. Guess I cast it. Okay, and it returns. So if it returns something is the assumption here, probably. You now have a polygon to look at. So now with this polygon, this has some information in it. Mainly, these two things. Oh god. Okay, so a is 0, while a is less than polygon dot vertex count, basically. For a plus equals 1, fucking jar. Index base offset. Okay, so this is the offset into this. So how do I want to prepare this data is my question. Triangles is what? It does tell me the polygon count, but I don't know if a polygon is a triangle. Whatever then. It can just be a generic temporary thing with memory that's going to expand. That's fine. Although I could assume array reserve triangles polygon count times 3. I could assume they're all triangles. In fact, I might force them to all be triangles, maybe. That might make sense, because for there to be quad data is very odd to me. Yeah. Oh, that was one other thing I wanted to try. Okay, I'll do that in a second. There's so much shit to do. I want to try allowing it to create my own shape and see if that fixes it, instead of me providing the faces, like the indices. So for my polygon, for all of the vertices, this is the base offset. So my triangle index. I shouldn't have to do this. This is not how it should work. I should say assert this is 3. That's, yeah, so triangles, right? And then v1 vertices indices polygon index base. That's all. This is the base into the index array, and then you get the vertex out. So then +1 +2. There we go. I could actually pretty easily support quads, but and presumably they're counterclockwise wound claw. I don't know, whatever. Fuck quads. It's so stupid. Why does a physics library support quads? Doesn't make sense. So here are my triangles. Array and triangles v1, v2, v3. There you go. Triangle. Goddamn. Turn triangles. I can render now. Okay, so before I do this, before I actually use these, because even rendering this is going to be not that easy. So before I do this, I want to pass this when I create my character mesh, my character shape. Where the fuck are you? Into this without indices. So that'll create it using this flag, compute convex. It'll let it do whatever it wants. So this might turn out better. I do not know. Also, I'm going to add to my to-do. I've removed tight bounds. Add back tight bounds to convex shapes. I think that's important. Whatever. Okay, fuck you. Hey, wait, that fixed it. What the fuck? That fixed it. I had the idea to do this so long ago and I forgot because I was doing so many other things. Am I actually colliding correctly? I can't even be happy. It was such a stupid bug. Okay. I wish I understood why or what the fuck I just did to fix this. I mean, so the problem, to summarize it, since I'm streaming, all these two methods I just made, I feel like should go down here. Okay. I was creating my mesh using my indices data, which are triangles, and that requires you to construct triangles. And so the triangles have a specific set of data in them that has to do with the index offset of where they're looking up into. Yeah, so all I did is I allowed it to compute the convex shape itself. So that means this method is wrong, and I must not understand what triangles do. Where is it even? I don't see where I'm constructing the triangles. Oh, it's triangle mesh. That's different. That's not it. It's this method's wrong. So yeah, see, this is the thing that's probably very weird. Okay, I'm going to go back to this and try and fix this method. I think I want this method to work. Maybe. Wait, so I'm doing indices 16. And then I'm never necessarily setting it as E16 bit or whatever. That could be a problem. Flags, convex mesh flag should be a thing. Oh, this is probably it. I think they don't say this anywhere ever. I just assumed they wanted 16. I don't think they do. But wait, but then it didn't error, even though I gave it a U16 stride. That doesn't, what the fuck, how? Do they check the stride of indices? Indices. Industry strides less on limit, so it can be either one. Oh, but if it's 16, you have to mark it as 16. Okay. I don't think I am. And I am. I for sure am. Okay. So I'm doing it as a U16 indices array. I'm marking it as size of U16, which is probably right. I don't totally understand what the point of indices is in the convex mesh. I really want to fix this though, but I am not going to spend too much time doing this. Fuck up here. Boxes, convex mesh, okay. Number of vertices and faces of convex mesh is limited to 255. Requires cooking. You construct the thing with points. That's if you don't have indices. Alternatively, okay, ignoring that. So this is if only vertices are provided. Whatever. Compute, right? So that's what I did and it worked. Okay. If vertices, indices, and polygons are provided to create a convex mesh from a set of input vertices, convex verts, and polygons. When points and polygons are provided, the SDK validates the mesh and creates the PX convex mesh directly. Internal steps. Compute the vertex map table. Each vertex requires at least 3 nearby polygons. Compute polygon shape. All vertices are on or inside. Okay. Compute the mass, save data stream. So that's not helpful. See, in this example they give, they don't ever set indices. They don't actually fucking make the mesh. Okay, let me go look up like PhysX examples. I think they have example code. PhysX GitHub. PhysX samples. Somewhere, I'm sure they make a convex mesh. Convex. Not there? Okay, hang on. Well, I can't find anything that uses a convex mesh. I feel like it should not be that hard. Okay. ChatGPT, show me some example code creating a convex mesh in PhysX. It requires vertices, indices, and polygons, they call it. So they make the vertices, define indices of the triangles, 12 triangles in a cube. So they do 3 indices per triangle. And they never do anything ever with polygons. It also needs polygons. I don't think you're supposed to make things this way. But my shapes are very simple. I feel like I should be making them this way. The only thing I could think to try is inverting D. Maybe this documentation is wrong. If they replace this 0 with inplane 3, then this makes a lot more sense. This is how planes are normally set up in D. So maybe their documentation is wrong. Thanks for the follow, by the way. So I'm gonna try this. Yep. And this is going through the indices. -1. This is getting the vertices from these indices time 3. That's all right. And then getting the cross product, which that could be wrong, actually. I think I tried that before, though, didn't I? We'll see. I'll fuck with these values a little bit. Okay. Failed. Some more versions. Okay, so the D value does have to be negative. So their documentation is right. I don't know why they would do it that way. So then lastly, I already actually checked the cross product math myself, but I'll do this anyways. What? Really? So I guess I did it right. This is the correct normal. The D value has to be negative. Well, index base. It could be... No, that doesn't make sense. Yeah, the way they set up, I ChatGPT generated correct thing. It kind of does a similar thing as me, so. Offset in the index buffer. That's what that is. Number of vertices, edges, slash edges. Are those the same thing? Yeah, it is. Plain equation. I'm like stubbornly not wanting to give up on this because it should work, and the fact that it doesn't is very concerning to me. Well, assert false. This method doesn't work, and I don't know why. I'm sure it has to do with polygons and indices, since that part makes no sense. Like, it doesn't... I still think it makes no sense to have polygons in a physics library. I don't know why they're doing that. But even with that, my thing should work. This is the correct construction of it. It's... Yeah. Dump your code into ChatGPT, ask it what's wrong. It's already struggling so much to answer any little question about this physics thing. There's no way that would work. It might help. Well, I had it generate some code about this, and it created the exact same thing I just wrote, basically. Actually, except it enabled compute convex at the end of it, which that doesn't make sense. I'll be sure that doesn't make sense, though. Yeah, flags is 0. So yeah, so even that it did wrong. Okay. Well, it doesn't really matter because definitely they want you not doing it this way. I can tell even from like the way the documentation is worded, they don't want you providing faces yourself. So we don't do this anymore. And then there's 3 things somewhere that need tight bounds added back into them. This guy. And that's the only one currently. This is for triangle mesh. Compute convex. Tight bounds. Type bounds. I think that's how it works. So anyways, it should work now. Type bounds. Apparently this does not exist. Pretty sure it is in convex flags, actually. This operator must be compared against an enum type, so I guess I have to cast it. No, that's not what I have to do. Mesh geometry and convex mesh geometry. It must go here. Okay. Convex mesh geometry, type bounds, PX, XX. There we go. That's not it. Flags. Pretty sure that's what that wants. Because then this is for the geometry new, this method for the geometry new, mesh geometry, type bounds. Yeah, I don't think it needs double-sided. Maybe. Actually, I'm not very sure, to be honest. Probably not. I'll put that in comments again. I think it might come back in the future. Okay, well, I collide with things. I can jump. I have physics. I have some weird interactions that I expect because I'm not a character yet. I'm just a little box. Like that. I don't know what I'm stuck on. But that's fine. That's like an expected thing. Okay, this is good. I'm not going over the bridge. That's not good, whatever the fuck just happened here. Oh, that's okay. Same issue, right? Yeah. So what that is... I think I want to confirm this. I want to look at physics. Jesus. Okay, yeah. So that's quite a big little step. So that's a problem. Okay. So my plan was to switch everything over to convex shapes, but now I actually think I shouldn't. I think everything should become a triangle mesh. So all this physics stuff is actually going to go away. It's been a while doing this. All these things are convex meshes. Okay, let's see how long the physics is taking at the moment. I'm curious. I don't remember how long it took before, but I could probably find it. In fact, I bet I have it. Loop, and then... No, that's it. Okay. Nothing being perf tracked implies... Oh, well, wait, physics. Okay. Interesting. So I'm not going to turn on perf tracking. Well... But I could. Perf tracking. I think it'll just work. Haven't ran this in quite a while, and yeah, see my FPS dropped a lot just from doing that. Okay. It'll print something out very soon. Oh, crashed. Alright. I won't use perf tracking, I'll go do it myself. Physics. Total physics, float 64. Physics. Not. Like that. And that. if total physics count, whatever 1,000 is 0. Oh yeah. Okay, well this should just be an integer. Whatever. Okay. Needs to be over there more. Run around, run around, run around. Average physics time, 0.2 milliseconds. Okay. Keep going. 0.2. Okay. 0.2 it is. So I probably have some stuff saved somewhere that says physics. This. Update physics. This is my old data though, but it's probably relatively correct, so. Update physics used to take 1 millisecond, now it takes 0.2. So, and this, my old physics probably scaled linearly with rigid bodies. Almost for sure, the new physics does not. When I add like 10 more rigid bodies, it should be like 0.4. Yeah, this should be fine. 0.2, yeah. Okay. Let's get rid of this. So it works again. I am back at where I was with Bullet before everything stopped working, and now I have to do... Let's add some stuff. PhysXing hardest so far. Let's push some PhysX. Everything works. Yay. Alright, I have some research to do. I have to figure out exactly how they set up their character controllers. And I'm gonna do one of two things. Yeah, so my plan, I'm gonna set up my character controller either as a rigid body, using the exact same convex sweep test that they do for their kinematic character controllers, like almost identical code, except I'll be applying it to a rigid body. That's one option. Or I can have a simultaneous kinematic body and rigid body. The kinematic bodies won't interact with anything, they'll just move around, which is already what I want to happen. And then the rigid bodies would do things like get responses to catapults and then apply that force back onto the kinematic body. And then in the inverse method, so that's why this version will be kind of hard to figure out. The kinematic body will do stuff like when it steps upstairs, that would imply almost every frame that there will be a location difference between the kinematic body and the rigid body. And in that case, I'd have to kind of swap the rigid body back to the kinematic body's position. So essentially, in that case, so this is actually like the easier way to do it, but it's probably, I would argue, the worst way. In this case, the rigid body would essentially just be used to apply its own forces back to the kinematic body, and that's it. So Those are my two options. My third option is I can probably find a way to get kinematic bodies to interact with other kinematic bodies, and catapults would therefore become kinematic, and that would work. Maybe. I don't know. But anyways, those are kind of my three options. I have to figure out what to do. So I'm stopping here. I finally got PhysX at least working again. It feels not great because you have to do stair stepping. When I do stair stepping, everything will be fixed. I don't know who to host. Maybe no one? Maybe no one. Does anyone know someone to host that's doing interesting stuff? Yeah, nothing looks interesting, man. God damn it. Down to the 2 viewer section. Really, no one's doing anything interesting. It's all like... Well, I give up. Fuck, I have a lot of viewers, though. I should host someone. Godot Wild Jam. What is this? Maybe. I wish it wasn't Godot. This is JavaScript. Alright, I'm gonna host Cook. Host Jitspo. He's doing a podcast? Alright, sure. Alright, I will probably not be back tomorrow. I think. But I am working tomorrow. I'll be back either tomorrow or Monday. Maybe with the start or finished of stair stepping. Yeah, I think I'm officially behind schedule. Alright, see ya. Bye-bye.